slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Oh no, it's gotta keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Hello everyone, how we doing? Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Oh no. Hello everyone. Hello DH89. How we doing? I've received some very cool emails today. I've got to reply to them. They are on my list of things to reply to. Oh, hello everyone. I've been having fun today. As you can see today, if you've been at all follow me on Instagram, you'll have seen a video came out about the fluffy research assistant who is having some has been training to adopt his new carry system because every time we go for a long walk, and we do like our long walks. He likes his long walks. He really does like his. Well, he gets tired. And there's nothing wrong with getting tired. It's part of life, especially when you're small fluff. But he gets tired and he can't keep up with the big fluff. So we have a carry system for him. Which, if you're following me on Instagram, you will have seen today. Because I was testing him out with it. And he was going, woo, I enjoyed it. So, let's start off with hello everyone and announcing the winners of the patron vote. So, we have a joint first place. We have what is going to be patron. Ooh, I'm trying to remember which patron number it is. That's quite scary to think about. I'm trying to remember which patron number I'm up to. Let's check. Go to my channel, go to my studio and check. Content and the live. What was the latest patron? The latest patron was Patreon 47. So it's Patreon 48 is going to be one of the joint winners because 2 got 11. And I've had to make some changes to the title, I have to admit, to make it fit. And it's a good title. It's as proposed by Dan Freeman. And it's Anglo-Sino War in February 39. Singleton goes hot, what will be the IJN doctrine? And it's an interesting one to put in there. So that one is going to be on Thursday, and it's just going to go. Should be going. It should be visible now. He says. Should be, he says, visible now. We can always hope it is. Diddly. And the other one, which is just about to go live, which I am sort of, how do I put this? I'm looking forward to, but also going, this is going to be interesting for me. And that is Admiral Kimmel. Who was he and what did he do on the US Pacific Fleet Command to Ready for War? Interesting enough, that's Richard Vasavas. And those two both came 11. We had 2 which got 11, so they're the top 2. We had 6 which got 10. So, whoever it is who made those 2 11, woohoo! Thank you. That was very kind of you. And that was certainly very, very helpful of you. I don't know. And that will, of course, be Patron 49. And that'll be a fun one. So, I'll start saying hello to people now. I've announced the patron vote or options and what exactly has happened to them. I will now start doing the normal thing of saying hello to everyone, but I wanted to make sure those were up because last time I said I was going to announce these in a Bruships, I actually forgot. And none of you were upset with me, which was nice. But, and I say this with a lot of love, it did make me feel guilty at the end after I realised what had happened. And what I will do is, I don't think I have a live scheduled for the 31st of March, which is the last Thursday in the month at the moment. And I will go through the 10s and I will pick one and I will give it a vote of myself and I will bump it up to 11 to make it the third one. So I will go through and select from Interwar Reforms of the Italian Navy, Selborne Fisher Scheme, Theoretical and Practical Use of Self-Propelled Torpedoes, the Baltic in 1914, and the 1939 Destroyer Doctrine between the combat navies and how it was based on operational experiences. So I will go through those ones and select which one I'm going to put onto the 31st, if that'll make you all happy, which I think it will. Or I could just ask the chat now and see which one you all want. Right, get back to this. And hello, Rick Vasava. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Jonathan Barrow. Hello, Admiral BT. Hello. Ooh, question for Dr. Clarke. Were there any plans for Hood to carry quad turrets or just the triple turrets and twins? Just the triples and twins. Of the one she did carry, mainly it was just twins. And no one looked at quad turrets at that point. They were honestly, quad turrets were never really. No one really wanted them. This is the only thing. You have to understand the technical magnitude of operating a quad turret. A single turret is fairly easy. A twin turret is not that complicated. A treble turret can work quite sensibly. You can include enough space. But to include enough space to make a quad turret work effectively makes your ship very fat. And in order to achieve a decent Q factor, its length to beam ratio in terms of speed and hull performance, you then have to make it very, very long. So it becomes massive and expensive. Hello, Zaski. Hello, Thunder Vegler. Hello, Desert Foxo. Hello, Alan Rapol. Hello, Narrow Ground Entertainment. Hello, it's Dragfalls. I'm here. I'm glad you're here. Hello, John Shea. I'm sure 189 on the start of live, and that's perfect. It's tightly close transition. Yes, I'm glad I was a couple minutes late. I was dealing with fluffs. One has gone to the Poodle Parlor today. Hello, Stafford. Hello, Jonathan Burrow. Hello, 90K1. Ooh, hello. Hello, Paul Beswick. Pity Dr. C fights with XSplit were not more dramatic. He could then sell tickets. It wasn't so much a fight with XSplit as a fight with making sure both the fluffs were happy and home and safe. Hello, Grace Salsky. Hello, George Newman. Hello, DG40. Hello, Bugguy229. Ooh, yeah. Hello. Ooh, yeah. Book Fund. The Book Fund is good. Hello, Janeth. Hello, Carl Gusberg. Hello, HMS Ford. Hello, Knight6831. Why is Hood's armor scheme for its deck very confusing? Because it was the best attempt at what they were trying to work with at the time, and like many things, it's the fact is the ship was already being built at the point at which they're building it, which they start mucking around, and then you have to make compromises based on what you're already putting in terms of structure, or you have to reinforce the structure because you're putting a lot of weight high up in the hull, and that means you have to do sort of things. So look at the joy of the carriers. You know, where you put the strength deck depends whether you can make an armored hangar carrier or you can make it a normal carrier. Because if you take the strength deck as the hangar deck or below the hangar deck, you are not sticking armor that high up the ship. It just can't support it. So unless you make the flight deck the strength deck, you can't do that. You can, of course, ensure your design is even more heavy and more weighted and more complicated by making multiple decks the strength deck, which is actually quite sensible, but it's going to reduce the amount of weight you have space for, I don't know, things like carrying aircraft because of the treaty limitation. So everything's always a compromise. There is no such thing as a purely perfect dream design, other than on UAD. And even on UAD, there are compromises. Hello, Joseph Nielsen. Hello, Dawson. Stilton. Razor. Good afternoon. Yeah, Patreon 47. We've done that, so it's now Patreon 48 and 49 are up. And Patreon 50 as well. Yes, it does mean that. More vote to be more Patreon supporters, which is good. It is good. Now, George Newman, 1941 was an interesting year in Pacific Fleet. 4 men served as admiral in charge during war for a year. That was just a nightmare. It was probably because we also got swept in the presentation. We forgot about the results. Hello, Animal 16365. Hello, Ian Winter. It's my birthday. So what ship that was in service 1969 could still hold its own today in today's Royal Navy? 1969. Well, this is going to sound very parochial, but let me bear with it. Okay, the ship which in 1969, which could best service the Royal Navy today, would be HMS Ark Royal. Now, the reason I say this is she's, of course, while she's not as big as a Queen Elizabeth class by a long shot, she could be quite a good third carrier, especially if she was still in service today and was either updated with modern equivalent or in sort of all the other things she could have done. Air Group in the end was 14 Buccaneers and 12 Phantoms. So yeah, she wouldn't be able to carry a Queen Elizabeth class style air group, but she'd be able to carry something useful. She'd be quite good. So in 1969, the most useful. This is the thing. I have to make the point quite regularly to people when they go about aircraft carriers. They go, "Oh, but you know they're this age or that age." No, the only problem with an aircraft carrier is if it can't take the aircraft, you need to fit on it. If you can take the aircraft, you need to fit on it. You're fine. And actually, thinking about it, that has just made making that point has just made my decision for me on which of the 10s to use and do. Wayne Boring, you're going to be very happy with me. That should make everyone very happy with that one, actually. Live stream. It's going to be education again. Because it's always education with me. And scheduled for the 31st of March. Ready? Then we're done. Then that one's set up as well. Oh, hey. Right. That's it. Yeah, for Patreon, you do need to take into account what RM would do. Yeah, I need to take into account what the RM would do, and the RM. You see, the thing is, I am fairly familiar with the RN's plan, and I have a feeling between the RN and the IJN, the plan would be very interesting for the IJN to adapt to. Now, George, I voted for everything this month. I found them all interesting. Of course, I find them all interesting. Would like to know more. That's good. Although I now feel, repeating that, I am starting like I am an advert for Starship Troopers. Jack Ray. Rosa, have you considered talking to Paul from World War II TV about your book? Or have you been approached? I haven't chatted with Paul yet about talking about my book. I've done some videos with him. We're supposed to do some videos, and then it never we keep talking about doing videos, and then they don't happen because we just get distracted or busy with life. Things happen. So anyway, if the hello, Jeffrey. Chris Ryan, cracking open an iron brew can. That's good. I'm cracking open several bottles. Jack Ray, hello. Seneca, if for some reason my crazy destroyer with 3,300 tons and two 20-inch quads and 36 knots worked through magic, four of these ships exist. How would they be used? By French, Austrians, or British? Well, the French would probably surrender them. I'm not joking. The Austrians would use them to blow up the Italians because they're far more annoying than the French are. And the British would probably be scaring the bejesus out of. Well, it depends where they existed. If they, as you're talking about the Austrians, it's World War I era. So if they exist in World War One, Lord knows what the Royal Navy magic has put on its battleships. So if that's four of the Royal Navy's destroyer leaders, then Lord help anyone who's facing their battleships. They're probably armed with 40-inch guns or something. Andrew Paul, seeing as we're discussing turrets, what is your opinion on the sextuple turrets the US Navy put on Tillman IV-2? In comical section, would it be physically possible to build one? It'd be physically possible to build one. Actually, physically possible to use it is a completely different matter. Physically possible to build? Yes. Everything's physically possible to build if you're prepared to put enough money, time, and effort. Actually use it and watch what it does when it twists around and turns your ship around. Yeah, that'll be fun. Seriously, the Tillman was not fat enough for that amount of firepower. It was not fat enough. You need a certain amount of beam to deal with the boom before, otherwise you go whoa. And well, that Tillman definitely doesn't have enough beam to deal with the boom, so it would go woo, 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 like an RNL lifeboat with its self-righting mechanism. This is how much difference was there between the 15-inch guns of World War II? It reminded me of the 20-pounder 90mm guns, when the 20-pounder had more pen and more power and better ballistics. Made a little difference. Well, it depends. You see, on paper, you could build a far better 15-inch gun in World War II. And this is one of my big problems with the King George V's, because I think if they had been a 15-inch design, especially if they'd been 9 15-inch guns, then the odds which they could have done, then you would have probably had a better 15-inch gun. You could have retrofitted to the Queen Elizabeths, the R's, Renown, Repulse, Hood, the lot of them. So if you'd done a, I don't know, 15-inch 45, a 15-inch 48, you could have done although those could have been options. A nice 15-inch 48 is entirely possible. Let's see, the 14-inch gun was 45 caliber. So yeah, you could have done probably it probably would be doing a 15-inch 45. Maybe a 15-inch, maybe something slightly bigger. You don't know. But a 15-inch 45 would have been you could have done something more with it. The thing is, having the 42 is a good gun, but a 45 would have been a far more interesting gun for vis-a-vis the actual warfighting. And if you'd built a 45, you'd have then had the same caliber as the 16 inches on the Nelson class for all your 15-inch guns, and yeah, you could have had advantages. But the reality is, the guns used in World War II are far more, well, mostly the World War One guns, which have just been rebored and repaired, so they're pretty much the same operational as what they were in World War One. There isn't that much difference in them, but they have far more greater accuracy thanks to the practice of them, but also the targeting systems and the upgrade of the fire control systems. I think, yeah, having World War II breaking out in February 1939 ends under a lot of plans that can really be ignored. Yeah. And Lee Richards, have been reading up you up on the KG5s. What is a hinge shell tray? Oh. Been reading up on the KG. What is a hinge shell tray? Oh, okay. If I'm going to do a hinge shell tray, oh, I'm going to need a picture for this one. If I can find a picture, I will answer this here. If not, if I can't find a decent picture now, I will hunt it down and do a special with some sort of UAD on it. Okay. No, I can't find a decent picture. Good old Navy Weps has a good description, but no decent picture. Okay, I'm gonna have to hunt. I'm gonna have to call them. Gonna either be Drac or I'm gonna have to call one of my friends who is obsessed with King George V class and ask them for a decent picture of their of the gun assembly. Now, what else was I going to do? Yes. Going to make a quick announcement about the Hyder fundraising. And as you noticed, today does definitely have some interesting stuff about books coming up. I did think you'd enjoy the title. And yeah. Oh, good lord. So, we are at for the fundraiser Hyder trip, and I have to say, I am absolutely stoked by this. Of the dream amount, which is, as you all know, is £3,600, which is basically what I calculated would allow me to do pretty much every part of the dream. I'm thanks to all of you, and this is massively thanks to all of you. I am on 2,861 pounds. 50 pence. 2,860. I never thought I would get there. I never thought that would be the case, and it's just amazing. Why is there everything these days, whenever you're logging in, so have to send you a 6-digit code and all sorts of joyous things? It's just, fun. So thank you very much to everyone who's done the donating and who's been donating away. That's really very, very kind of you. And now we'll get into the normal turn. Now I've done all the admin stuff, and I made sure I'm not forgotten anything, and I'm not going to get the lovely emails I get from people going, "You forgot to do this, you forgot to say that." I can get on with today's topic, which is basically books. In fact, today's topics are specifically the older version of this biography, because I've got the newer version, but it's loaned out with a friend. So this is today's Something Blue. And also a Not Something Old, though. This is new, and it's cool. This is new, and it's cool. This is a new version of Something Old, and this is something I'm going to quickly discuss, but I'm not going to go into too much detail because I have, of course, messaged the young Master Drac NFL, and I'm hoping he and I can get together for another, Naval Historian version of Highlander again, and basically see how good this one is and how it compares to the previous one. It's got lots of good pictures in it, and lots of good stuff in it, and it's well written, but it's a completely different style again, and it's by someone else, so we'll see. It could be good, but I'll be introducing all these books tonight. So that's the roughly 4 and a little bit book we've got to do tonight. They found Shackleton's endurance. Thoughts? Thank God for the cold of the Antarctic. Graham Allen said the old Ark could have taken Hornets. Not Hornets, probably F-35s though. Ian Winter, I had a teacher who was a pilot on board Ark Royal. Remember the story of them firing a Tel Austin catapult for the ship was retired. Sean Mack has managed to bunker troll already this evening. Zafford. DH89, the We Have Ways podcast of James Holland and Al Murray should have you on. They're always saying they don't talk about the Navy enough. Well, I'd love to go on. I haven't been invited, and I'm not the type to push myself in. But if they invited me, I would love that. That would be a dream. Because, frankly, I'm big fans and I enjoy those podcasts. When I get a chance to listen to podcasts, those are the ones I listen to. And, I'd probably also invite Al Murray to come on the Bilge Pumps podcast. And James Holmes as well, see if they want to come on that and discuss current affairs and bash the world politics. Because I could just imagine Jamie and Al Murray. Oh. Jamie and Al Murray. Oh. Seriously, the level of sarcasm about politics. And then once they set off Drac, and James going, and there'd be me sitting there going, yeah, this is just gonna, I'm just gonna join in now. Okay, so what would have replaced the air wing on the escort carriers had the war continued? If the war had continued, escort carriers would have probably retained what they had on them. In the escort carrier role, they probably still had swordfish, because that was fairly good at the escort carrier role. I might have actually developed helicopters. There is a possibility they get helicopters. It depends. They don't really need the escort carriers for escort carrier roles if they're just fighting the Japanese. If they're fighting the Germans, then they still need the escort carriers for escort carrier roles, especially if they're dealing with Type 21s. But if that so that the Germans don't carry on and don't manage to carry on, well, it'll be fun. It'll be. How do I put this politely? It's one of those scenarios where, if that's the case, if the escort carriers are being used as escort carriers, then probably they carry on with much the same aircraft they have in 45, 44, 45 anyway. If they don't, if they end up taking a role in just Japan, though, then they'll probably be converted to strike carriers, in which case they'd be loaded up with fighter bombers. So they'll be loaded up things with Seafires and anything else which is basically expandable but can be used for the fighter bomber role. Because that's what you'd put on an escort carrier. You put on things which are pretty much expendable. You don't mind breaking, and you're prepared to break a lot of them. No, those are the only ships that kind of magic. In the nicest way, if the Royal Navy found itself with 4 destroyers which had that magic, they would be built into dreadnoughts. It would be literally, hello, have you met our new dreadnought? You can do 36 knots. Haven't you just broken up parts of a destroyer and put it all in that? Yeah. Yeah, I realise. I realise we're drifting to Starship Troopers, but I'll suppose that. But it does not change the fact that I was going for. Admiral 64. Admiral BT versus Admiral Lee, both in their prime. Both are in Nagato class battleship as launched. Admiral Lee every single time. Admiral BT probably gets lost. But there again, if he's only in one ship, he's probably fairly good at commanding that ship. So Admiral BT ship will fire first and fire quickest. But Admiral Lee's will actually hit his target, and will hit the target first and keep on hitting it. So Admiral Lee will win. Again, if you have 4 destroyers which carry 20-inch guns, they're probably going to be used to blow up battleships. Get them close and blow them up. Hammond, what if the RN had in 1939 started building destroyers with 5 4.5-inch, 8 40mm and 10 20mm, 1 October 2-pounder and 2 quad torpedo mounts? I.e., so if they started building the battle class in 1939, the Royal Navy would have been very happy because those ships would have absolutely rocked. They would have been an absolute nightmare to deal with in their training with that amount of firepower. And the 4.5-inch guns would have wrecked anything. Although I have a feeling if they'd started in 1939 when the treaty system broke down, you might well have found yourself with 6 4.5-inch guns in 3 pairs. Because if they'd had it, they'd have gone the full daring route. And in which case, it would have probably been. Well, you see, the pom-pom is the 40mm, so you wouldn't have the 2-pounder, the octuple 2-pounder. You would still probably have the quad torpedo mounts. You wouldn't have the 20mm. you'd probably just have pom-poms in 1939, so you might have 2 quad pom-poms, maybe 3. 3 quad pom-poms, probably. I could fit those to destroy so that's for destroyer. Not enough beam to deal the war. Whoa. I need that on a hoodie. Yeah. Right. The overtime culture of my job is obscene. I'm looking at other options. Yeah, I've had this conversation recently with one of my employers, which is basically, you contact me when I'm not working for you, I will not respond. They didn't like it. But I can do it a bit more now because, well, to be fair, I have you lot, which is very, very nice on my back, but it means that I know if I do the work on YouTube and if I put out the videos and I do that stuff, I get the support back, which is wonderful. It's kind of a case of I put out the work, I get the support. That's as long as I deliver quality and filling the need, I suppose it's helpful, and I'm really proud. I have something. Some of you might not have seen it, and Stafford will not be singing his own praises, but I am very, very proud because since I've started this channel, Dan, who is one of my admins and on the channel, has started his channel, and of course you can find his videos, Dan Freeman's videos, and the link on my page. I haven't put the link of Stafford's page yet on my page, but going on there either today or tomorrow. And Stafford has also started his own channel. And that is amazing, as far as I'm concerned. That is really cool. And people who are starting their own channels, I want as many people out there producing good quality history and discussions as possible. Because, and this is something we originally, I really ran into at the Battle of Agites stuff, which I've done over this week. The reality is, and this is most of history, we don't have a solid answer. I can tell you how long a ship was. I can tell you its beam. I can tell you what accounts say of the crew culture and what happened. But I don't have accounts from every single member of the crew to go from. And whilst I have official reports, they don't often always cover everything. And so there is so much history which is unknown, which has a bearing on history that's known, because we can only draw conclusions based off the information we know, which then depends on how much weight you put on the information we know, and which information you give more weight than others. And therefore, that's why there is so much arguments. That's why there is an argument over how rams were used and whether it was more the boarding action or not. In the nicest way, again, this is another point about the rowers being slaves. If you make the rowers slaves, then if you're boarded, they're an army against you. Whereas if they're free men, they're on your side. And you get boarded by 120 troops. Well, yes, you have 120, they have 120. They've rammed you, they've hurt you, but you've got all your rowers as well, and they're going to be big. And when I say big, I've had this conversation with people again, they sort of mean I'm thinking tall. No, I'm meaning big as in, you know, excuse me? They are muscled. I have spent a lot of my life with quite a few power rowers, and there's always a couple on each big crew. And they look like they could basically crack you with their arms. And their job is to provide the power. There are some rowers who provide the rhythm, some who provide the keep the constant and endurance and all those things, but there are always a couple whose job is to basically just lightly motor during most of the race. And then at the end, the cox goes, go! And you'll notice them. They will be the ones who will really start picking up the pace and providing the power. They're keeping the same rhythm, but they're digging deeper. They're pushing the water as hard as they can. And pretty much the entire speed increase will come from these 2 or 3 rowers. Now, you want to have as many rowers as you can who can potentially do that, whilst also having lots of endurance, which comes to all the stability and balancing and all the things and the way you put them around the deck, you balance the crew out along the ship. But when you're talking about rowers for something which is requiring a crew of 300 to row it, they're all going to end up like that, because you're not rowing for a few minutes. You're rowing for hours. And then you have to pick up. It's not a case of, oh, right, we're going into battle. Everyone take 5, we're in a battle. Battle's coming, take 5, everyone, have a break. No, it's, right then, we're in battle. Keep it going. Hot speed. Okay, pick up the pace. Boom, 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 boom goes the drum, trying to keep everyone in time. It's a very sensible system to keep people in time. And then it's going to be ramming, you might be going, right then, port side, slow. Starboard side, ahead, hang on, port, starboard. Port side, slow. Starboard side, ahead. And just keep doing, to turn it. And then ramming speed once you're lined up, because you have to judge, because you have to aim for where you think the enemy ship is going to be when you want to hit it. And yeah, you might both be only moving at 7 knots, but that's still enough. So it's something you have to, we don't know the exact history of those rows. That's why there's so many debating the stuff. Debate on the history, and this is why there is so much of debate, because we don't have all the details. And that's why you want as many voices as you can, researching and putting history together and putting history out there and doing a good job of history, because the debate and the discovery is the only avenue we really have to trying to work out what was really going on. DH89. Speaking of King George V, I'm currently having to grind it on Modern Warships Legends. Not a fan. Queen Elizabeth feels a lot better. I'd agree. Especially on Modern Warships. Queen Elizabeth does feel a lot better. Following on Doc, I've always wondered if there have been any plans to segment off sea locks or fjords to give you a mostly built, large, dry gravel lock. The Norwegians have looked into it a fair number of times. Norwegians have really looked into it a few times, and they've done some interesting stuff. That's different. Why is a 16.25-inch 30 caliber gun such a flop? It's very heavy, quite complicated, and it's 30 caliber, so it's not really much point. Strider. Without fail, I don't get your notifications. Without fail. I have no idea. Press the bell. It basically 30 caliber is just not long enough to really be useful. When you're dealing with a when you're dealing with a gun that big, that's one of the other troubles. Where you can have the smaller caliber with the smaller guns, but once you get into larger guns, the smaller caliber, it doesn't help you. Again, it's that old length to beam ratio. In this case, it's the length to width ratio. You need enough length for that shell to really accelerate and be powerful enough. Don Giovanni, what would the Black Gun Ranger look like if the UK was operating squadron of B-52? Probably much the same, but don't take this the wrong way. I am a big fan of the Buff. I think it's a gorgeous aircraft in many, many ways. But let's be honest, the Black Buck raids were annoying to the RN. But at least it looked good. The Vulcan looked good and sexy doing it. And yeah. I'm planning my first museum ship weekend away, if not a long weekend. Ooh, cool. Enjoy. But yeah, the Black Buck raids would probably they'd have probably still been launched from the same place they were launched from, Ascension. But they wouldn't have required the amount of tankers. Guy 829. Is a conventional war between nuclear powers guaranteed to go nuclear, with the threat of them losing their SSBNs, even if their homelands aren't directly attacked? Ooh. That's a complicated one. Basically, the moment you start poking out holes in any nation's triad, or in the case of France and the UK, their singular methodology, you are asking them to use it, because it is a use it or lose it weapon. So that's the trouble. You take it out, you've taken it out. This is one of the things why when people say the first thing I'm going to do is knock out the enemy's nuclear weapons in my area of operations, i.e. if they're an Naval saying the SSBNs, etc., I look at them and go, yeah, but let's say you do knock them out, what's that going to encourage them to do? Use the existing ones they do have remain, because they're going to think you're not going to knock out the rest. And they usually go, well, they still have their land-based ones, yes, but what about the self-bombers? Won't they be after them? Basically, if you are going to try and take out an enemy's nuclear weapons on the ground to stop them using them, and honestly, of the two systems you want to take out, it's the land-based ballistic missiles and the submarine-based ballistic missiles. Far more difficult to take out all the airdrop bombs, but it is possible to take out those. But that's what you need B2 Spirit stealth bombers and probably Seawolf class SSNs for, and they would need to go and take them out. And it would need to be synchronized. And then you'd have to hope you have enough air defenses up that any enemy bombers which try and break through nukes can't get through. Hi, Night Americans. The issue 9. What does that look like? The trip will be rented. It will be a lot of fun. Hello, Zelensky's binocular supplier. Hello, RBS. Haven't seen you in a while. It's going to be fun. Multi-factor authentication is annoying, but necessary new password breaking out their algorithms. Yes, it is. Although I've been told my passwords are really annoying by someone who tries to break them professionally. That's right. Doxy, problem of refitting hood with 1545s is dependent on reality. Giving the RN a chance to pull hood for reconstruction, because a safe flagship makes it dang near impossible to do so. The point is, if you're doing it, then you're going to do it. This is one of the things. If you don't have the 15-inch 45 coming in, you're not going to worry about doing it. But if you do have it, then standardizing to the 15-inch 45 and the new 15-inch gun would be something you'd be doing quite quickly, and you'd be focusing on the ships you're most likely going to keep longest to do it first. It's going to sound strange, but you'd actually reverse some of your refit procedure. So you probably would. You'd look at the ships you're going to keep, and you'd want to rush them in as quickly as possible to upgrade their guns, because you'd want them to be using the 15-inch 45 so that they're in it, so that becomes your new standard gun, and you'd be basically, it would be quite a simple thing of, the ships we aren't upgrading the 1545, our ships we're not keeping, ships we are planning to keep for a while are going to get the 15-inch 45. We'll also upgrade Vanguard, etc. Cool. And my new book is Pembrokeshire and the Civil War. It's a very good academic book on the area. Cool. So anyways, how's the triple turret research going? I've got to go visit Newcastle, and I've got to go up to Scotland. I've got to go to Glasgow. I've got as far as I can in the local area, including a visit to Kew. I like Guy Windsor's books. Ah, cool. I'm reading the one on Philip Vardo's longsword manuscript. I think that could be an interesting one to have as well at some point. This is definitely going to be an interesting one. We'll have fun with it. Doc, I have to ask, with yourself and Drac having so many books, have you found enough peanut shells yet to prove the existence of L-space? What makes you think this is not already L-space? Nero just finished watching the Hornblower series. Cool. You and Kate Jameson will be very happy. Reprosa, did Light Fleet of Carriers have armor decks? They had strengthened decks. They weren't really they weren't armored like armored carriers were, but they weren't exactly as weak as some of their American counterparts were either. And there's the official thickness and the real thickness, and there's all sorts of debates about that. Graham Hammer, as the Prince of Wales is going up north this week, what air wing is it carrying, and whose else are we borrowing? Well, I think the Queen Elizabeth is still carrying quite a lot of the air group, because she's the one which is on active sales. POW is doing mostly amphibious warfare support, along with Albion, I think, from memory. And the thing is, they might fly stuff in for her, and if they do, that will probably be US Marines. They fly them in. We need to get more. We need to get more F-35s on service. We do. That's it. Am I right that it wasn't really possible to replace Hood's turtleback armor with all or nothing? It's cheaper to rip the ship to build a new ship. It is cheaper to build a new ship. Next with the armor isn't just something you can quickly slot in and slot out. It's there, built into the fabric of the ship. Hey, I'm catching up slowly, I think. Let me tug on timestamps. 6:38 p.m. and it's I'm only 20 minutes odd behind. I'll catch up in a second. Don't worry, Strider. Restaurant. How much of a problem could an SSN with sufficient speed train crew do, and of various parties World War II, assuming compatible with contemporary weapons? Well, let's be honest. For the Germans, it might actually allow them to achieve the level of anti-submarine warfare dominance they want, because it could launch all the attacks from underwater. It wouldn't need to surface. And as noisy as it would be, its speed, etc., would enable it probably to outpace most escorts which would try and hunt it down. So it would basically be able to attack with impunity. Saying that, one would not be enough. You'd need more than one. For the Americans versus the Japanese, it would just achieve what the American submarines already achieve in Japan slower. For the British, it would probably be used to stalk German submarines and stop them getting out to sea. And possibly German surface raiders as well. For the Italians, it'll probably race up and down the Mediterranean, going, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, and sinking some interesting things occasionally. But also at times, probably Mussolini would want to use it as his personal yacht. And for the Japanese, he'll probably sit in the middle of a trade zone, watching the convoys go past, going, I'm waiting for an American carrier. I'm waiting for an American carrier. Sorry, F4F variations. For the escorts, probably a lot of Wildcats will be used. I don't know, would Admiral Fisher like the Executor from Star Wars? No. The thing is, Fisher, I did this when I was finishing Fisher versus Tarkin in the analysis. And the thing is, they have a similar approach. They both like the big ships. But the thing is, Fisher would not also was building a flotilla navy. So that's what's often misunderstood about Fisher, is he was building the big ships, and he does like having the big ships, but he doesn't like having a one-off. He likes a fleet of big ships. So yeah, we need a lot more. If they didn't want quad turrets, then why go for the quad 14 when they could have gone for free triple 14 instead? Because they wanted 12 14-inch guns, so they were going for free quadruples. They could have gone for 4 triples. That would have been a sensible one. But they went for quads because they thought they could get free and under the treaty limit. They didn't even think they could get 4 treble turrets. Because it's not just the weight of the turret, it's the weight of the mechanism, it's the weight of everything else. So they thought it'd be more efficient to try and go for 3 quads. And when they found they couldn't make the quad work in B position, they had to go for a twin. What do you think the 3 new Polish Type 31s are going to be named? Hopefully Prion will be on the list. I'd hope Prion and Dragon would be on the list. Dan, I'm getting very tempted once I have enough background research done on armored warfare. Yeah, it'll be good. I see him line. And Polish ships will be Thunder, Lightning, and Joe. Yeah, I remember once having an interesting conversation with an American company when they employed me in the UK, and it was along the lines of, "Yes, you're supposed to be working pretty much. You'll have the weekends off, but oh yes, on the Sundays we want you to hang around for you get Sundays off, but on Sundays you have to hang around for registration and this and that and take part in all these." And I go, "You basically want me to work Sundays too?" "Oh no, Sundays off." "Right, well I'll be going off somewhere." "No, no, no, you can't do that." It was an interesting conversation. I ended up getting paid for Sundays. Admiral BC, I agree. Admiral Lee would shoot rings around me. Vision, being a galley rower might be better than being a hotel worker. And with that said, I go back to work. Good luck, Bijan. Sonnegan, how useful would HMS Victoria be in World War I, and how useful would she be if she got refitted and got a Nelson turret? Not that useful in World War One, but if she got refitted with Nelson turret, she could be quite a useful monitor. That's funny. Comes around the breakwater behind the ocean-going tug, which has brought her to port with crew ready to run lines. She's pushed up. Hello, Mano 6040. How's the cats? Hello, John. Look, in respect to the RN gun covers, why did they go for 42 while others went for 50? Was there any benefit to go big cover? Did the RN use heavier shells to compensate? Honestly, the RM was going for 42 because that's in World War One was what they were going for. By the time you get to World War Two, they're going for bigger calibers. But the trouble is, they haven't really invested in the guns, and they've also gone for higher elevation. So that's something else. Again, you have to remember turrets. One of the factors you have to think about is elevation. Because if you can go up to 45 degrees, you can get a shoot far further. You can get the maximum out of your gun. But the bigger your gun is, the more you have to counterbalance that weight. The more you have to watch that elevation and balance it and design the turret around supporting it. And, of course, adjust the pivot point. So the reality is there is a sweet spot. And it also depends on your assessment over what's more important, plunging fire or more powerful direct fire. And what you're going to go with it. But usually, a larger caliber with a longer barrel will give you slightly faster and slightly longer range. Oh. Black Box raids took so much logistics. Tankers to tank the tankers. Being tanking the tankers, to tank the tankers, to tank the Vulcans on their way home. Yep. Why did places like Waterford, Gibraltar, and the like end up as English enclaves far away from homeland? Is there a relation between the fleet basing and these enclaves? Yep. Pretty much it's where the Royal Navy needed to stop to go places. There are places where they could find water, set up a storage, a port, dockyard, and also they need to support their ships. Remember, were there any plans to switch the main guns from 15s to 16s? No. Mainly because it wasn't allowed by treaty, but also because it just wasn't. If you're going to switch it from a 15, you're not going to switch it to a 16 because that's not enough of a jump. If you're building a ship and you're choosing between 16 and 15, you go with the 16. If that's a viable option. You know, one of the things I was listening to Drac, and I was thinking much about what I said myself. You know, if the British had jumped from 13 instead of 13.5 to 14, then the Queen Elizabeth class would have been 16, because 15 is not enough jump over 14, but 16 is also not enough jump over 15 for you to jump to 16 from 15. So this is why I always find it strange when people go, well, yes, the guns the British must have been working on when they were developing in the First World War, when these bigger guns would have been the 15, it would have been the 16-inch. No, it wouldn't have been. There's no point jumping to a 16-inch. Theoretically, you jump to a 16.5, you carry on the 1.5-inch up, but let's be honest, 16.5 is not that much help either. So they're going for a 16 for the G3s, but that's because they're going for a 16 for the G3s, because they're trying to make them as big a gun as they can while getting the battlecruiser speed. The N3s are 18-inch, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Royal Navy had an 18-inch gun going long before that, especially as one appears on the HMS Furious, and others appear on other barrels are transferred around. It suggests to me 18-inch guns are being worked on strongly. And as you all know, my opinion of HMS Agincourt is that she was going to come out would have been 6 18-inch guns in 3 twin turrets. But you could just about fit that on a slightly modified Queen Elizabeth class hull without too much effort. Okay, yes, you've lost a pair of guns, and that's annoying. But you can still do it. (18-inch 42) though would be an interesting weapon system. That's it. Why was Hood's armor belt bolted to the hull? What would Hood's reconstruction turn her into? Oh goodness no! Hood's reconstruction would have still been a battlecruiser. In the nicest way, to stop Hood from being a battlecruiser, you would have to rip out the entire insides of the ship and redo the subdivision. That's what you have to do. And her armor was bolted to the hull because that's basically what you do when you've got a design you're planning to build with one type of armor and one level of armor, and then you decide you're going to increase the armor because of experience in a lovely little battle. New Aero Ground 8, what makes me think this is an Elsois? Simple, I haven't seen an orangutan yet. Are you sure you haven't seen an orangutan yet? Never said who's holding the camera. Do you develop the 1545s or just lengthen the 1542s? You probably it would be an evolution, but it would be a development of. You could even go up to 48. So, how annoying would Russia with the large-scale Japanese amphibious landing exercises be right now? Problematic, but not that worrying. Japanese actual amphibious offensive power will probably be enhanced battalion size. Not quite brigade size, but let's be nice and call them regimental size. It's a sound funny in between, but really it's enhanced battalion sized. Darren, hi Dog C. HMS M1 vs Sukhov. Who would win at long range or close up fighting? M1 is small and slower, 12-inch single gun, but surface a lot faster and two 8-inch guns. And Langham want to be modernised because it's ish because it's older. Would win. Whoever would win would be the one who gave up trying to hit each other with their gun first and tried to fire a torpedo. That would literally be the only way they'd survive. So, Foxo, you have said that the fact only two Nelson were built affected their design and ended with them slower and heavier armored. A mistake in hindsight. Didn't Renown and Repulse suffer from this, and how? Renown and Repulse didn't suffer from it, but the reason Renown and Repulse didn't suffer from it is, remember, they're not the only two battle cruisers. And the RN thinks it's going to build more, and it does immediately start building more with the Admiral class. So they're not built as the only two of something. They become the only two of something, but they're not built as the only two of something. There are two more battle cruisers being built from the battleships, and they're planning more battle cruisers. So they're not the only two something, whereas Nelson and Romney are the only two 16-inch battleships. And there aren't any more being built. Not for ages. So they're it. Have more, but also make enough to make sure we get a crack squadron of US Marines in interim service. We do like having a crack squadron of US Marines, as you've heard in Bilge Pumps many times now. The discussion of most of the American counterparts who come on here is how much alcohol did you play our US Marines with? The actual question is, the answer to that one is not enough. We need to ply them with more. The HA9, should the RN focus more on the High North as a permanent operation, given the apparent Russian great power aspirations? Would a significant RN contribution to this area look like? Yes and no. You see, the thing is, if I'm going to do a forward presence, I think what the RN should do is go to a 1920s, 1930s place, where you have a forward presence of ships like probably the Type 31s and Type 32s will be. They're light frigate. They're going to be the lighter frigates. Rather like our forward presence was based on sloops and cruisers in the interwar period, and then have a rapid reaction force of a carrier battle group and an amphibious task group, which can go anywhere in the world when they're needed. And that's the sensible thing. You have to have presence. The thing about maritime interest is that the moment you say, we're going to concentrate on the High North, that's lovely, but then something will happen in the South Atlantic. Oh, sugar. Well, we weren't down there because we concentrated on the High North. Oh, great. Or something will happen in the Far East. And the thing is, for Britain, it doesn't really have the choice. Especially, and this is not a good or a bad thing, this is just a thing. But one of the realities of, even before Brexit, we were the European maritime power. We were. There was a reason EU's naval forces were based in were headquarters at Northwood, and all the other things were headquarters in the UK. The UK was the maritime presence for Europe around the world. Yes, the French have some facilities, and yes, but in the nicest way, when you start looking at it, you go, okay, which nation here takes maritime deployment as a requirement and something you have to be able to do, and which one takes it as a choice? Well, there is a reason the Royal Fleet Auxiliary is larger than the rest of the European Union's Europe's equivalent combined. That's what the British do. So that is because that's the British interest. The British have the Commonwealth, the British have numerous alliances around the world, and we have an economy which is dependent upon world trade and the current economic order and world system remaining intact. We enjoy a large benefit from the status quo being maintained. And the status quo being peace and being prosperity for us and the trading going on. Peace is far better for an economy than war. So therefore, you need presence, like HMS Montrose in the Middle East. You need presence. So I would be saying I would want to have penny packets of light frigates based around the world, and I'd want to have reaction forces ready to go. An amphibious task group and a carrier battle group. And I'd want to regularly deploy those as well around the world. So I'd like to, if I'm going to have one carrier battle group going off to the Far East for a visit every other year, I'd like the other carrier battle group to be up and working and available that year in the UK. So I don't have a carrier, the other side of the world, not have a carrier available. Honestly, this is part of my arguments for why we need free LHDs with ski ramps to replace Albion and Bulwark. We need LHDs, and they need to be big, and they need to be able to carry F-35s and be able to carry if they need to. So you're going to end up with 5 large flight decks you can operate from, 2 which are strike orientated, 2 which are amphibious operating. But basically, it would be a case of 2 which are strike amphibious in brackets, and 3 which are amphibious strike in brackets. And that's what I would be building my fleet around, and I would want to make sure each battle group would have a pair of ability to have a pair of destroyers, and preferably 3 frigates each. So that would guide my numbers. I'd be wanting at least 18 Type 26s. And the reason I want 18 Type 26s is 3 for defending the strategic nuclear deterrent in the UK and 1 around that, and 3 for each of the task groups. Boom, boom, boom. I'd want at least 12 Type 83s. Again, it's a pair for each task group and pair over for operate issues. I'm guaranteed that I have available, and that will be my 30 core. And then I'd probably be looking at about 12 and 12 for the Type 31s and 32s. But that's 54 escorts. That's a lot of ships. That's a lot more ships than we currently have. That's not just double the ships we have. Well, let's be honest. We currently have 19. So 54 is not far off 3 times the number of ships we have currently. In terms of escorts. But there again, if you had 54, you would probably be looking at having a far more higher availability than we are currently achieve, because you have enough ships you could maintain your maintenance, and you could keep your stuff going through. And have surge capability without interrupting maintenance, etc. Which is one of the reasons why we're having trouble with the Type 45s now, because we've been surging for so many years. Now we've got to send them in for maintenance and repair and refit and get them all up, and that's going to cost us. How does Hood getting 4-inch armor over her magazines and 2.5-inch armor over a deck better protect her, as seems no better than what she had before? It's a theoretical thing. It's basically to protect the magazines from any explosive blast. So the idea is that the deck triggers any explosion, so it doesn't go deep into the ship, or it either bounces off or it doesn't go deep into the ship, and before it goes off, and any explosion which goes off the ship is not going to set off the magazines because they have enough armor around to protect the magazine from explosion. Hello, Leo Gazebo. VCH, Vintage History, hello. Nimitz is replaced by Dr. Clarke in January 42. What would you have done with Halsey, and how epic would your relationship be with MacArthur be? I would have arranged for MacArthur to come and fly to see me for a meeting, and I would have made sure that the aircraft ran out of fuel halfway. No, that would have lost me a valuable crew. How would I have dealt with it? Giving him poisoned scotch? Something. But no, especially if I have hindsight, I would do something. Let's see. How would I replace... Halsey would be fine with me, because he's aggressive enough, he's going to go for the job. What would I possibly be doing? I would be yammering on wanting tankers. And I would potentially be yammering on wanting Royal Navy aircraft carriers more. And I would want to keep them, because my thinking would be as much air power as I could have, the better. I would not give Victorious back under any circumstance. Once I got USS Robin, she would not be going home. She would be staying with me. And I'd be asking for more. Because a couple of armored hangar carriers pushes my air groups up viability levels tremendously. And yes, I have numbers, but if I have those carriers with me, then I have more survivability, and the more carriers I have with me, the better I have for air defense and operations. So basically, I'd be carriers. I'd be getting as many of them as I could. And I wouldn't have cruisers going around the world on their own, and I'd have conversations with various captains and admirals about how you maneuver your cruisers. And it'd be a case of what you do is you turn to port, and then you turn to starboard, and then you turn to port, and then you turn to starboard, and you keep zigzagging. And if you don't zigzag, then when you come back, we will have a little race. And I'll be firing a pistol. And you can decide whether you want to run in a straight line while I'm firing the pistol, or you want to zigzag to try and throw my aim off. And the point of the race will be this. If you survive the race, we will let you stay in command. And if you don't survive the race, well, problem is solved. We all understanding the concept of the zigzag now. Good! Let's see, what was Japan's point where they must win or they will lose the war? 1941? There's basically they either win or they lose. There is no chance of them winning the war. At any point, there is no chance of them winning the war. The Japanese at no point did they consider losing the war, but at no point was there any chance of them winning the war. For them to win it, the US Navy would have to be commanded by an absolute fool. This was the point I made when I was talking about the whole doctrine and the Kantai-Kessen decisive battle doctrine, because your entire idea is based on a US Navy fleet sending their whole fleet into the area, getting whittled down, and keep coming on. And the point is, if they get whittled down enough that you can win, surely their own commander, if he's intelligent enough, is going to go, oh, frick, I've lost too many ships. I'm going to have to head home. Only an idiot would carry on in those circumstances. Is an SSB, if an SSN turned up, HMS Black Swan and HMS Woodpecker would be like, challenge accepted. They would be. It would be an interesting one challenge, but the SSN probably would win in terms of speed of getting away from them, but persistence, they might do okay. Fisher would want battle stars. Fisher would want something. Fisher would not have let them get away from the Vindicator style, the Star Destroyer. He would have liked that one. That's it. If the Finnish Navy got Lefroy class destroyers, the British were trying to sell them. How long would they last, and what would the Finns use them for? Probably a good 20, 30 years, and the Finns would probably use them to beat up the Russians. But again, what would be the World War II version of Ticonderoga class as a cruiser? Atlanta class? Research. I remembered you were interested, so I emailed you a link to the Kenny News of I posted this morning. Cool, thank you. NHP, Nighttime Production. In a Britain's doing well post-war timeline, we have Malta's. Britain's investing in updating its manufacturing industry with Marshall Plan money and has stayed out of Suez. In a world like that, if the sort of closures were deemed a bigger threat than they were in our timeline, would there be any will to retain Vanguard for convoy protection, or alternatively get the GW-89 heavy missile cruiser designed from 1957 built? Also, Tigers have been built in favor of starting from scratch. If the Tigers haven't been built, then it's going to be retain Vanguard for a little bit longer, but it's probably going to retain it and build some version of the heavy missile cruiser. That will probably be what we're replacing the Tiger. So it'd be a case of, right then, we need to actually have something. And mainly it'd be a purpose of them would be to escort the Maltas and make sure they were protected. As I think, we don't have naming conventions for frigates, but judging by our OHPs, it's going to be after people. My guess, ORP Conrad, after Josef Kalbrad, Josef Karlsky and the World War II CL. Possibly, but I'm hoping they go for Dragon. Dragon and Pirin deserve it. That's right. If I could go back in time with enough funds, then I'd order enough Groms to fill the entire Bohemian Rhapsody: Thunderbolt, Lightning, Frightening Galileo, Figaro, and Magnifico. That'd be fun. Slightly worrying, but fun. That's funny. If Argentina invaded the Ascension Islands, how would that affect the Falklands War? Oh, it would have made it a nightmare, but it wouldn't have made it it wouldn't have changed the result, because if they'd invaded the Ascension Islands, depends how many troops they get there, but those islands have no belonging to them, so they'll be out of it. Let's put it this way: they haven't a claim to the Falkland Islands. They claim, but I would dispute it completely and say it's. But they do. They claim they make, but they have never made any claim to the Ascension Islands, so that would be out and out aggression. They can sort of, with the Falkland Islands, at least try and claim it's justified in the world opinion, and can create it and make it murky enough that others won't get involved. But Ascension would have been out and out aggression. That would have probably, the British would have retaken Ascension Islands. They would have done that along with the rest of the Falkland Islands. But the odds are they would have had to deal with a lot more than just Britain at that point. Because at that point, they'd have probably found themselves in trouble with America and a few other nations. Because once you start doing that, it's kind of like, how do I put this? It's not nice to say, but the Crimea was murky enough. A lot of powers felt it felt they could get away. Whilst they didn't like what Russia was doing, they could justify to an extent staying out of it. Invading the whole of Ukraine, that is gone beyond the pale. So that's what we're talking about. The Falkland Islands, everyone was going, well, no, legally, really, they don't have a foot to stand on. But there have been these things in the UN, and there have been these discussions and all this other stuff going on. So we'll stand to one sideline and see what happens, and just go. We support peace. We believe peace. We believe in negotiation. Not do anything. Them invading the Ascension Islands would be a case of, really? Did the above link come through? It's to the Floose. I haven't seen any link, but that could be because it could have just skipped past me. But as it would affect the Falklands War, it would have the Falklands War. They'd have had to retake Ascension Island first before they went onto it, and they would have done that. It's kind of like what they did with the Sandwich Islands. They went and retook them. And South Georgia, etc. They retook South Georgia first, South Georgia before they retook the Falkland Islands. They'd have had to retake the Ascension Islands, South Georgia, and then the Falkland Islands. So, anyway, it's crazy that right this time of year in 1943, there was battles in the same area as Ukraine. Oh, no. Shoot. Special. Yeah, it is. But it's not unusual. History has a habit of having battles in the same places. No, I don't think they'll decommission Blazankia as long as she's afloat. But Pirin might get renamed. I'm going to say. Also, the 42 versus 45. Also, the Mark 115 was a hurried design with a lot of tolerance built in. That is why the L45 is supposed to have been lighter. I will say this thing, Stafford. XSplit is good for the description overviews, as you probably see with my own UAD videos. Ascension is closer to the UK. Ascension is closer to the UK, but in a nicest way. There is not exactly any garrison there in 1982. There is one guy sitting on the airport, and he is an American in charge of it and making sure it's maintained for the US shuttle program. There is no British forces on Ascension Island in 1982. It doesn't really require much of an invasion force. If you could hire a merchant vessel and turn up with a couple of hundred men, you could probably take over the Ascension Island. The Ascension Islanders might well try and resist, but if you're the Argentinians, they have no qualms about machine gunning their own people in 1982 and all sorts of other fun things. So I doubt they'd worry about doing it to the Ascension Islands. Why did battlecruiser designers fail to consider that armor makes an internal explosion worse? Because their whole aim was the idea that the explosion shouldn't happen to them. Nighttime Productions. Assuming the Americans, who I believe the Blaze belonged to, didn't have anything to say about it, again, that's from the Ascension, John answer is it's an impossibility, but would have held things up and made things difficult. Yeah, which I think I answered. Dr. Clarke, either it wasn't in your book or I missed it. I know the troubles were in place to close up a cruiser shortage. What influence did they have on other destroyers, or what design has influenced them? Honestly, their hull design is used for most of the World War II Royal Navy heavy larger destroyers are based off the Trouble class destroyer hull design. They take on, to an extent, a modified version of what had been used for the H class in terms of their superstructure design, and that modifications then become standard for quite a lot of larger fleet destroyers. And basically, the Troubles have impacts throughout the British for designs. Dang, I'm mad by and brew. Okay. New bottle. But, you know, the impact they have, the trouble is they'd have had far more impact if the L-70s had been built. If the L-70s had been built, then the Royal Navy would have had some massive destroyers and would have been going down the very big destroyer route from the beginning. And if the L-70s had come out straight after the Tribals, and then the next generation after them had been built on them, then you would have had very big, very powerful, very capable destroyers in the Royal Navy, and a lot of them at the beginning of World War II. Because you'd have had at least 9 entering a year, 9 a year coming into service from 1937 till 1940, definitely. Which gives you at least 36. And yes, there are only 16 tribals built for the RM, but you know, once you add up the sort of list of the things, they had 9 and 7. They'd have had space for 2 of the Ls if they'd been commissioned, and then they'd have probably built them, and they'd probably been built halfway through building the next class after the Ls, so they'd had a 36 by 1940, which would be big destroyers. Big destroyers. Very capable ships, and very, very scary for the Germans to deal with. Probably quite scary for the Italians. They'd have probably matched, those destroyers would have matched them against their light cruisers. Their light cruisers, and go, hello, I hear you're our dinner. And as 900 Productions has pointed out, deflagration wasn't understood that well during time when most battlecruisers were built designed. It wasn't really. They have some issues with that. They have some understanding of it. They try and guide explosions to where they want them to go, but they don't really understand why they're doing it. Hello, right, Sublet. Hello. Have you signed a contract yet to start construction of Duke of Clarke fast battleships? Not yet. We can always hope, right, Sublet, but I'm probably going to be building some on UAD at some point. To show you what I'd have built instead of King George V's. Not a wolf. Down. I dream of having 6 destroyers, 12 frigates, and a carrier in the UK. 1 destroyer in each region, 2 frigates and 4 rivers, also 2 LHD strategic places. So inferior, small flotilla can fight and can be off your coast basically immediately. Triple? And shucks, you happen to be sitting on LHD concept. Yeah. You're not the only one who's got an LHD concept. If you go to my old blog, there's an LHD concept sitting on there, which has been going around for a few years now. Back in 95, would you also like a batch of new Type 45s of working, proper working engines? No, but I wouldn't mind a batch of Type 83s to start building. The Duke of Edinburgh classes, that's me and Draco calling them. Well, paper will come out at some point. We do need to finish it off and get it out. And one of the things, again, if I go through with the 12 Type 31s and 12 Type 32s, I'd be looking at having them based in mixed squadrons, each are made up of a pair of 31s and a pair of 32s. So 6 squadrons. I'd want a squadron based in Gibraltar, a squadron based where Montrose is, and a squadron based at Singapore. I want another squadron based in the Falklands, and I have a reason for that. If you have a squadron based in the Falklands, you have a presence in the Arctic, Antarctic, and you're wandering around. You have a presence in the South constantly, and that's an important area. South America is going to be a growing issue, a growing important area, especially when you're dealing with China and Pacific. And if you want to really be able to extend your presence and assist America, the better in an offset strategy, the best thing is to be able to go, well, look, you don't have to worry about the South Atlantic. That's the British area. We'll look after that. And 2 squadrons will be based in the UK. And the thing is, the 2 squadrons, I would have them orientated on exactly what their operational areas. I would have one sitting up based in Scotland, Faslane probably, maybe Rosyth. And I'd have the other one based in the Humber area to do the North Sea and the Baltic. And that would be some of my presence. And I'd have those squadrons all matched by OPVs if I could. Or at least a pair of OPVs in each squadron. And, have some minesweepers added onto them as well, and you suddenly have flotilla defense around the world. And you've basically got an adaptation of the pre-World War I flotilla defense and reaction fleet scheme, and the interwar period flotilla presence and reaction fleet scheme, and you have the 1850s and 1840s flotilla and reaction scheme, and basically every time Britain's managed to secure peace for roughly 20-odd years, it's been using a similar basis of that scheme. And if you have 3 LHDs and the 2 strike carriers, then you can maintain a strike group and an amphibious task group available to deploy constantly. You can probably have them sitting at sea constantly. I'm not sure I want to sell them to Clarke. These someone does with his subordinates. Let's put it this way. Whenever I have been made in charge of anything, people tend to like being under my charge because I tend to train them well. However, I have certain things which annoy me, and it wouldn't be the captains and below who'd be in trouble. It'd be the admirals. Maybe some of the captains, but it would be the admirals, especially in the US Navy, because if I'm taking over Nimitz' role, this is the thing Nimitz had to deal with the whole time, was trying to get his officers out of the peacetime mindset they'd had. Because they hadn't really, that's what it's like, not enough US Navy officers had really fought in World War I. Especially not enough of the senior officers. You can see that, there was that battle I did recently where they just kept going in a straight line. Just go, why? Even if you don't believe the enemy has a long-range torpedo, why in the name of all things holy are you in a battle zone, a hot zone, going in a straight line? You don't do that. There could be submarines, there could be a minefield, there could be all sorts of things out there. You do not proceed in a straight line. You zigzag. You zigzag. It is not something you even have to think about. You do it. The fact that they have to be pretty much, or Nimitz pretty, well, I know I joked about the way I would teach the admirals to do it. Nimitz pretty much had to do nothing far short of what I was proposing to get his admirals to do it. And, you know, you have this problem, you could bring up Halsey and the fact he wanders in the storm and those things, but at least he gets it that he's actually in a war. He's fighting a war. He doesn't always make the right decision. I won't defend him on everything. You know, but he actually understands he is fighting a war and actually is in a war. And there are some admirals who do not seem to get it at all during their entire active career in the US Navy in World War II. They don't seem to understand they're involved in the war after being kicked out of the war. They certainly don't understand about how to fight it or how to. And I'm not saying the US Navy is the only navy with this problem. The Royal Navy has a couple. They have less. I would argue Lord Corkenori is a good example of it. But there are admirals who do not understand they are fighting a war. And that when you're fighting a war, those petty politics you've been playing for the last 20 years are no longer the order of the day. And that you actually have to start getting off your behind and actually doing the job you're paid to do and make a decision and actually follow through. And actually start thinking, hang on, this is not an exercise where if I lose, I will just get told off by a marshal and then go have a nice dinner. I'll be dead. And all those people who depend on me making the right decision will also be dead. So I need to make the right decision. I was reading one guy who was arguing that you shouldn't zigzag because it's defensive and will stop our sailors feeling that they are offensively minded. What kind of idiot are you? What kind of brain have you what has happened to you? You know, in the nicest way, were you I don't want to say any of the things that spring to mind because they're an insult to people who actually have suffered traumatic brain injuries, which is a serious and really, really shitty thing, excuse the French. But, you know, seriously, are they in the pay of the enemy? What are they? Who thinks that? Oh, zigzagging is defensive because it's defensive. It's going to ruin the offensive spirit of the Navy. No, it's not. And I know there's a person who, whenever I have a moment like that, likes to go, oh yeah, shouty man's back, no point watching. If you don't like the videos, as I said before, it's a free world. Please go find someone who you watch, who you enjoy. If you don't like me when I get explicit. I'm sorry, I know it's not to your taste, but watching all the videos to find where it's not to your taste seems a little bit, don't strong way, but a little bit like you have too much time in your hands. Might I recommend a hobby? Warhammer is good. Lots of painting. It's fun. Come on, any public information what weapons the Russian Northern Fleet were live firing like a month ago and what they were firing at? Not really, but presumably targets of some kind. Jeremy, I've taught from watching videos about counties. How would a CVL based on county hull and machinery work in our induction, or later similarly based on town hull and machinery? It would probably be used as a form of escort carrier, so a high-speed escort carrier, because it wouldn't be that, because they're not that big, so it wouldn't be that big a carrier, but it will be interesting. They have power. In VCH, whom would be, in your opinion, the most profoundly moronic naval commander of all time? Strange enough, I'm not going to say BT. There are actually people who beat him out for it. There is a good argument for a Japanese admiral who ordered the Operation Tan number 2. there is a good argument for that admiral being the most moronic of all time. There is a good argument for a few admirals being the most moronic of all time, but oh, that's the trouble. There are just too many. I'm gonna go with my favourite bashing boy, which is Lord Corkenori, because honestly, if there is no way you should lose Norway. On paper, there is no frigging way. And yet he does. I agree on the tankers and sort of store ship, Calhoun. Okay. I don't see. What are the three biggest examples of thinking on your feet, being outside this box, real-time battle tactics throughout history, and why? Well, the first one I like to use the Battle Order of Plate and Commodore Harwood, because he does think outside the box. He's using his cruisers like destroyers, and that's completely out of the box for most people to consider it. The Royal Navy's been getting around to that idea for a while at this point, but he completely jumps out of the box actually employing it. The Pink Submarine, that's always a good bit of history. And, a third one. You see, the trouble is, when a naval service does something good which is out of the box, usually it becomes very quickly in the box. So when it's first on, it's out the box thinking. And I'd say it's Admiral Hood. Samuel Horace Hood. And his general chase orders. Because that's the first time someone starts really breaking the line. And I know I've discussed that other admirals had already sort of gone there before then, etc. But Hood is important because of who he's training up, who comes after him in terms of Vincent and Nelson and Collingwood and all these people. It's Hood who really starts the school off. So, yeah, I'll go with Hood. That's right. If HMS Delhi had been built as an Iron Duke class super dreadnought as intended, would the Indian Navy have taken her on at some point? Depends how long. Well, probably. If there isn't really an Indian Navy in World War One, but they would have probably established a version of an Indian Navy for her. If they had built her prior to World War One, yes, she would have served like New Zealand with a mostly New Zealand crew on the Royal Navy as a Royal Navy ship. I doubt, unless they make a Royal Indian Navy, there's not going to be a similar scenario as with HMAS Sydney. No. HMAS Australia. The Australian battle cruiser. But they could be, theoretically. It'll be, let's put it this way, it becomes more interesting because if she's actually in service, then the argument for Canada to have something becomes even stronger, because if Australia and India have one, then Canada's going to want one as well. I still don't see an advantage at all, and Falklands ain't going to happen again. Graham, I would. According to all logic, you are probably right, but wars A aren't decided by logical people, and B we don't know the future. At the current circumstances, we can say it's highly improbable. But you have to remember, if you'd asked anyone in 1981 whether Argentina was going to invade the Falkland Islands, then no one in the Foreign Office or anyone in informed circles would say, no, of course they're not. That's not going to happen. Honestly, if you'd asked quite a lot of people in 2021, whether Russia was going to invade Ukraine, they would have said it wasn't going to happen. So I always say it's better to be prepared for something which doesn't happen than to not be prepared for something which ends up happening because you weren't prepared for it. Because if you're prepared for something, that tends to deter it actually happening. So basically, at the moment, with the current garrison in the Falklands, and if you've got a presence down there, especially a naval and maritime presence and an air presence, etc., down there, then the likelihood is very low, because the level of force you need to actually achieve anything is quite high. If you say it's never going to happen again, so you cut that force, then the likelihood of it happening will actually go up again. And at a certain point, you no longer have enough force to deter that likelihood. So it's a case of, yes, it's not going to happen again as long as we maintain current force levels, because then it's likely to never happen again because there's enough force there. But the moment you get to thinking it's never going to happen again there, so we can get rid of the forces, then you have the problems. We've covered this in Bill Trump's. We haven't going to cover it tomorrow. Well, the US were using Ascension as an airbase. They were using it as not as an airbase. They were using it as an emergency standby runway for the shuttle program, and so were running it as an airfield. But it was an emergency landing point for the shuttle. Speaking of battles in the same space with lasers, how many battles of Cape St. Vincent are there? That depends if you count all the ones that just named St. Vincent or all the ones which have been in the same area. But there have been lots. Absolutely lots. Tim Richards, would the camera class suit the Iron Knees? Not no, because they aren't big enough, and they don't have the whilst they have the ramp, they don't have the facilities for the F-35. So you would need to take you'd probably be looking at something more like the Trieste class, which the Italian Navy just built. Probably slightly larger than the Trieste. Basically, you take the Trieste as your base design and you modify it out of it. I need to pick a voice though. I was thinking 50s radio DJ announcer. Myself, just go for your own. Just use your own voice. Just be yourself. People, in my experience, and I have had this fun as being a lecturer and many other things, people respect when you're just you. You're more authentic then. And people like authenticity when they get listening to things. SFXO, what advantages did the West have in shipbuilding to become dominant in the Age of Sail? You have covered the advantages of the Portuguese characters. You have covered. Why did no one copy the West? It's mainly to do with the quality of timber, but it's also to do with the infrastructure available and the reason for construction. So the trouble is, in terms of the West, you have countries which are constantly fighting, but they're not really being toppled over. Whereas the Ottomans are really toppling through various states and taking them over and centralizing things. So that affects the sort of Middle East Levant region. In India, honestly, they have a habit of just hiring larger ships. They produce their own ships which are decent enough for merchant trade. But when it comes to warship production, they're just not churning them out. And there are various reasons for that, but ultimately it comes down to any time anyone really wants to, they think about how much that's going to cost in terms of investment to put in, versus the amount of money they need to put in their army to defend their rather large land borders, and the army tends to win. So basically, if, let's say, southern India had, or Ceylon, Sri Lanka, had become one huge state that was all ruled by one person and one government, then they would have probably have built a fleet. It would have made sense. But basically, there's a Vox. So the advantages the West had was they had a lot of competition combined and need for fleets, combined with the consistency of time of actually being able to build the fleets, invest in them. Oh, good lord. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, even India, Pakistan, and Soviet China, direct confrontations were considered bushfire wars. You know, body count was very high by modern standards. Yep. Next second, were the Admiralty S, R, and M destroyers just too old, too worn out, and not any value to use in other roles? They were just too, basically all of the above. Reading about the combat battles, I always sometimes wonder how they felt about being used as bait. Well, they weren't really bait, they just also weren't not the bait. That's the reality of the situation. They're the target, not the bait. The bait would be described as them being there to just draw in the ships so they could be ambushed, whereas they're actually the targets are the ones being defended. And there was huge fights over. Some ships wanted guns, and any ship which could would take a gun. So I'm wondering, what kind of firepower was available during Russia versus Japan 1940 and 1904? Not enough. You're mostly talking 12-inch guns as the big one available. And, yeah. Dr. Clarke, do OPVs have a role in task force warfare? No. They don't. But that's in a nice way, neither did sloops. Let's be honest, sloops, if they were on, once they're configured as ASW escorts, yes, they did have that duty, and minesweep, they could be used for minesweeping and all those things. And that's the thing I see OPVs as. They can be configured into things, but at the moment, as it stands, they're not. They're holds in the water for presence missions and maritime security missions, and it should be celebrated because that's useful. Cheap and cheerful, leave them as that. I'm not going to get into the whole light destroyer thing the US Navy's trying to go down the route of. I can see what they're doing, but I think they're just making themselves look like idiots. Because basically, let's be honest, and when I hear people go, well, you see, a destroyer is a proper warship, a frigate isn't. And I look at them and go, really? You're going to say that when most of your allies just have frigates, they don't have destroyers? No, a frigate is a proper warship. It's the smaller one. It's usually anti-submarine warfare orientated. You're going for a light destroyer because you want to do an air warfare frigate. Let's be honest, that's what you want. And you're talking about building that because you want to use more yards, but also because it's scary. You keep mucking up your large service combatant programs, and you know you need to build a large service combatant, but you're trying to put it off in any way, shape, or form. And you really need to replace the Burks, and you're not sure what to replace them with. And the odds are, what you're doing is working out, well, if I have to build a bigger ship to replace and get equivalent to the Burke, we aren't going to get enough hull numbers if we just build those ships, so let's build a light version as well. Well, nice way, if you're going to do that, at some point, you might want to build a light fleet carrier as well. It's also had some issues early on with older retread officers who tried to refuse their orders from officers they used to outrank, but now they're outrank them. Yeah, it's fun times. Jack, using mass-produced large cruiser hull machinery in 2030 for keeping shipyards work during depression, while getting additional carriers from some faraway stations? If they could have done that in the treaties, they would have done. Seriously, sounds like the argument made against giving pilots parachutes. Oh, we're not starting that one. No, Dr. Clarke, not that a sane person hopes for war, but is there a size frequency threshold that needs to be met so leaders remember things? Recent events made me think people have forgotten logistics. You do need to have a legit. The trouble is, again, it comes down to the whole wars of choice doctrine as it's been interpreted since about 1992, 1993. If you're only going to war when you choose to go to war, you're presuming the enemy has no agency and no ability. So you therefore do not need to worry about anything like logistics, because you will have impunity to build up your logistics in your own time using civilian freight transport. And just hire it and move it. Oh, sugar. That doesn't work. Engelbert 42, the kind of brain getting promoted by exhibiting an offensive spirit. Are weapons not always fired at targets? Oh, you hope they were, but sometimes actually no. Sometimes in live fire exercises, they literally just fire the weapon so they get the pictures of the weapon firing. And they don't actually have the targeting ability with them, so they're just firing them and hoping they hit somewhere. The Russians have actually done that. Yakubu 442. Would the USN have done better in World War II if in the German High Sea Fleet had gone on a death ride to give the US ship's crew with Grand Fleet some real experience under fire? Potentially. It would certainly have been interesting. Seneca, how would a World War II Royal Navy fight against a fleet from the Napoleonic Age? I know they would win, but how would they go about it? Secondary battery only? High-speed drive-by? Yes and yes. Possibly primaries. It depends. I'm not sure if the battleships would fire that. Well, hang on now. Let's put it this way. If the battleships fire their primary, they're not going to go off, but they will probably hit with enough kinetic energy, they'll rip open the hull. So, there wouldn't be anything left. Let's put it this way. A 14-inch shell passing through an HMS Victory starship would probably make a very large hole and let in a lot of water. It might even shatter the ship whole. So you might use your primary guns, but honestly, you would probably use your secondaries firing illumination rounds. Because then they are, of course, those illumination rounds are basically variations on phosphorus. So, yeah, you would be burning the ships up. I was thinking about a game I was playing and built some large aviation repair major supply ships and have some gaps in the armor. And strangely, I found the armor that fits in base. Cool. Robert, hello, Robert. Well, we are one step away from Space Battleship Yamato versus HMS Hood here today. Robert, Hood more so than Nelson's two-line melee? Yeah, Hood, because Hood inspires it all. Basically, everyone else is building upon Hood. Dr. Clarke, people can talk about specialist destroyers, frigates versus generous. What's your take on specialist auxiliaries and supply ships versus generous? I don't like having fuel and weapons stored in the same hull if I'm storing them in quantities enough for a supply ship. So I'd quite like to keep it to liquid and dry stores, thank you very much. But that's just the part of me that's had enough friendships with logisticians who will tell you the nightmare of trying to manage the two in the same hole. John Luke. So Fleet Admiral Ren Clarke shoots several admirals, hangs a few more from the yardarm, disinters BT, hangs him, appoints aggressive foals to suspected staff, remembered for iron brew ration and love of sailors. Yeah, that'll do. I wouldn't have had, if I was dealing with America, I wouldn't have to disinter BT. If I was in the Royal Navy, yeah, I'd probably also have had words with Churchill about building my aircraft carriers. They would have all come out Malta-sized. Geo Guy, and I would have been building I would have basically dusted off the L. I would pretty much in 1940 have dusted off the design for the L-70 and gone build now. Here you go. Good afternoon, Doctor. Is an aviation support ship like HMS Unicorn still a viable concept, or are modern carriers largely capable of doing their own maintenance? Well, they mostly do their own maintenance, but having a vessel like HMS Unicorn would not be a bad idea. If you don't want to increase your carrier hulls dramatically, and you don't want to increase your pool of reserve aircraft dramatically, having a maintenance carrier and support system like HMS Unicorn would be very, very sensible. Rosebeck, hello. Dr. Clarke, manly powers notwithstanding, what RN officer or naval officer in general had the most manly or intimidating name you can think of? Manly powers notwithstanding. Hmm. 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 Most intimidating name I can think of? Cunningham was fairly scary, let's be honest. He's ABC. I know I'm biased because I'm ADC, but he was ABC. Yeah. Graham Dr. Falkland's not happening again was in response to the larger long-range bomber condiment. I know. I guess that one, but I wanted to... I always make that point. Every time someone says the Falklands are never going to happen again, I make the same point, because the day you don't make the point is the point at which someone goes, well, the Falklands not going to happen again. I remember that. Dr. Clarke, the other day I mentioned B-52s over Poland. You responded to Big Hero 6 meme. Joke went completely over my head. What did I miss? The B-52 is a buff. I'm not going to repeat what that stands for over here because of my lovely cousins watching. Hello, hope you're all having fun. But Big Hero 6 is a very big something as well. Also, at certain points, looks like a Space Marine. Okay, when did the West start putting in watertight compartments into their ships? Let's put it this way, they started looking at it really in about the 18... Ooh. That's a question. There's attempts at various watertight compartments earlier on, but honestly, it starts being a big thing in ships about... Ooh. Depends what you mean by watertight compartments. But if you mean compartments where water, the entire ship is supposedly watertight within acceptable tolerances. But usually have been spaces, as long as there have been magazines, etc., where you don't want to get powder damp, etc., you are building a watertight space. So as long as you've had powder magazines, and spaces for storing ammunition and the explosives to fire them, you will be looking at dry spaces being built. That will be watertight, for their variation of watertight for the time. At the moment, have there been any successful motor torpedo boat versus cruiser actions that the Ukrainian Navy could base their operation on, considering they're going to be trying to take on the guided missile cruisers off shores? Both the Japanese Navy and US Navy in the Pacific did some fun stuff, and there was some fun stuff in World War One. Very interesting stuff in World War One. Would having something like the Pegasus class help the Ukrainian Navy? I can't see it would have hurt them, but it's not really much of an advantage. The trouble is for the Ukrainian Navy is their operating depth, and the fact that Russia is right next door to them and is quite so much larger than them. You would need a far more secure operating basis for them to operate from. Do you think Canada will go in on the Type 83 to be long-awaited replacement for Iroquois class destroyers? It depends on how the world goes and what happens with their Type 26 procurement. Because if they get enough Type 26s, they're going to be fairly decent ships. The biggest naval procurement scandal you can think of? Oh, good lord. There have been so many. Honestly, I think if you're going to look for procurement scandals, you have to look at the Russian procurement prior to World War One. That's just absurd. There are so many scandals in that, and then we've got the Chinese procurement in that sort of period, which is just obscene. The Greek battleship procurement to try and buy a battleship from Germany was just so. Yeah, there are lots of scandals. There is the fact that the Argentinians accepted bribes from the Americans to build their battleships in America. We know that one. Because the Argentinians basically admitted they did so. And the fact is, no one was actually upset with them. So, there's just non-stop. There have been so many scandals. Shipbuilding is one of those things. It's large enough and expensive enough that you can get big money. John Luke, Dr. C said, Babylon 5 Shadow Ideology wins out. Oh, great. I haven't watched that in a while, so let me think about that one. I've seen more than one episode, I think. I've seen one episode cumulatively in terms of all the YouTube clips I've watched of Babylon 5. Jamie is the big Babylon 5 fan. Constant European struggle. Centralized other regions. China Ottomans. Followed of Alderon's technical ideology and fall behind the approaching chaos. Okay, what's the question? Biggest naval procurement scandal. I've answered that one. Gross Saucy. In the age of guided anti-ship missiles, a Pegasus or MTB is dead before it can get any useful range. I would say I'd be more interested in terms of a drone system for scouting for them, and I would. Basically, my thinking is if you had a Pegasus or etc. or something like that, that's high speed. If you could have drone targeting, then I would have them linked up with batteries on the mainland as well, and I'd have them so it's synchronized firing, so you get missiles being launched at the enemy ships from multiple directions. Because that's how you sink a modern ship. You overwhelm its systems, and you either overwhelm its systems with numbers or with spread of attack. So you have to make it have to divide its fire. If it can concentrate its fire, and it's fine. Oh, look. IDD is trash for US build frigates and keep advancing Arleigh Burke evolutions. Ugh. Seriously? I love the Arleigh Burke, but it's now, the design is now so old. You need to... That whole shape, the whole form, it's just... I think, seriously, the British were building the 74s for less time than the Americans have been building the Burkes. Or at least it feels like it. What would an RCN Type 83 look like? Stafford Thompson. Probably not much similar to the British one. A mixture of Mark 41 VLS and other systems. And a lot of them. And I said, really, just got 2 boxes of cookies from the Girl Scouts in USA. Seriously, one of my colleagues who is American and his daughter, they live over here. I do not know how his daughter still sells Girl Scout cookies in the UK, but she does. And this is one advantage of working from home, because this week especially, because when he's been going around the university trying to sell the cookies, he hasn't been able to drag me down because I've not been there. And usually I'm the sucker who buys about 3. Thanks. There's a Foxo. How would HMS Victoria's USS Robin have been if she'd been forced to engage in the IJN in a carrier fight for the USN? How would her armor help her against bombs from the IJN CVs? Well, to be fair, as for the IJN CVs, in terms of bombs, well, we look at what the RN carriers were dealing with by the end of World War II in the British Pacific Fleet. When they were hit, they kept on going. Yes, they got some damage, but barely any. Relatively, compared to what Randolph or Bunker Hill or any others suffered. So that's the thing. Honestly, the British would have been okay. The British would have been okay. It could have been overwhelmed and damaged. It could have been but they'd had the number of hits they've had to score to hit Victorious would have been quite dramatic. Plus, she'd have basically, considering what they did with USS Robin, she would have ended up being used as a fighter direction carrier, which would have actually been really good for the Americans. Because if you could have got a couple of British carriers to be your fighter carriers and deal with your air defense mission and your air defense over your fleet and make sure you have the air defense, then you can concentrate the American carriers on the strike role. And so you can basically go, right then, each group is paired around on a British carrier doing the fighter defense, and the American carriers strike. And tell me, what would the World War II equivalent to the Death Star be when Star Destroyers are battleships? Abacak, very much. Yeah, the Iceberg Carrier. That's about the only option for a Star Destroyer. Death Star, I mean. Something which can launch Lancaster bombers. Lukashenko. Whilst the German interwar period navy probably focused more on the calm Baltic Sea and defensive war against USSR than on North Sea. Not really sure you can say that. They are concentrating on what they think they need to concentrate on, which is basically building up a global navy again, but also building up the forces they need to deal with the Baltic and deal with the other threats in the Baltic. And Scott Moon, what is the beverage choice, sir? Iron brew. Iron brew. As I said before, I'm a non-drinker, so I keep to soft drinks, which are bad enough for you. But Alex, even that is firing a target. Target being that away over there, so you don't hit the important things over this away. Yeah, I know. Technically, you can argue that away over there is firing at a target, but no. Yamato is a superstar destroyer. Anyway, would the career of Horatio Hornblower be realistic? Yes. Stuff like coming out of a court-martial promotion, he wouldn't be the first or the only one. Robert Luke? No. Thank you for stopping that. That's it. And how many times have Germans marched through the Iron and Forest since 1860? Far too many times for them to be people to be surprised by them when they do it. Darren Johnson, Lord Flashheart, I want you for the 20 minutes. Blackadder, life is easily your 20 minutes. Stafford has got Stafford has managed to hit a troll. Mac Geo guy, in what way were your Royal Navy large light carriers like Hermes built World War II better than the US ones? I don't seem to have been in service long around the world. They were far more heavily built and easier to crew for some reason. Back over to him. With the heavy use of rocket launchers used for bombardment in Ukraine, do you see any navies putting them on warships for a cheaper long-range shore bombardment? Actually, I've been talking about this for a few years, and the problem is, relatively, whilst it would be cheaper, it's a space thing. They take up quite a lot of space that you could use for things like a VLS with proper tactical long-range attack missiles, and considering the number of ships you've got and the logistical supply, if you're going through the policy of supplying something which is Talum-sized, it might as well be a Talum rather than a rocket, because you can hit far more targets and it's far more easy that way. So it's a case of the economics works for land-based, and the economics would probably work if you were building a large enough navy. You were going to have specialized shore bombardment ships to support amphibious warfare, but not really for a warship. I think, would you agree that the Iron built the 100,000-ton superline that it should be called HMS Thunderchild after the HG warships from War World? It would be nice to have one, but I doubt they would have done. But Congress will just approve another flight of Burks without looking at the details. Ugh. I'm not getting into the whole Zumwalts versus Burks thing. You know me. I think they should be building a Zumwalt derivative because they've got a hull which works. Robert Lloyd, Charnos 99 versus 3 Des Moines class heavy cruisers. Who wins? Autoloading 18 rifles and Nimbers against superior German gunnery and armor? What in the world makes you think the German gunnery is going to be superior? I would say if it's nighttime, the Des Moines class will wipe out Charnos and now. Judging by what happened to them. If it's daytime, then they have a chance, but not much of a chance. They have the armor, and if they actually hit, they will cause more damage, but it's if they hit. The Des Moines class, as well as offloading 8-inch rifles, also had radar control gunnery and could do a lot of damage and could fire a lot of shells very quickly. So the thing is, if they manage to get the first round hits and splatter those channels nice enough, then they ain't coming back from it. And probably what they do is they two concentrate on one ship and one concentrates on the other ship. So yeah, and the Germans, even if they split their fire evenly, there's still a ship not being dealt with, and that's going to be raining merry joy down on them without any problem. Joining me, the first Iberg laid down in 1988. Yep. So they're 34 years old as a design. Well, let's be honest, actually they're older than that, because for it to be laid down in 1988, the design was probably finished by 1987. In which case, they're 35 years old this year as a design. Woohoo! And yes, people go, but they've been updated and upgraded during that time. Yeah, but it's still the same basic architecture and the same basic design behind it. And that means your architecture, there's only so many modifications you can do that are within the hull shape. Going on, Doc, given we know that the Cold War Yugoslav Air Force had a system for blowing their own runways if they were in danger of capture, is any port rigged? I would wonder why Sevastopol wasn't blown in 2014. Honestly, considering the state of the Ukrainian armed forces in 2014, they did very well with what they did do. But that was the Ukrainian armed forces in 2014, not the Ukrainian armed forces of 2022. But look, I watched your UAD River Plate. I noticed you featured a forward-mounted battery. Based on how would things have gone if the Iron had done that on everything cruiser or larger? I guess given the way ships were in position during action, it's going to make a lot of navies worry about hitting Iron ships at all. Also, I would have facilitated massive aggression from Iron commanders. It would have been interesting. Basically, I was trying to see how efficient a design I could build in a cruiser hull using an all-forward armament. And it worked out quite well. Why buy Girl Scout hoodies if Aldi has a better product? Because you're helping out your colleague's daughter and her troop go for their various activities. So you get suckered in. And it feels good to help charities, help these things out. But I have fun because I have that on one side and I get home, and my friend, who I'm of course man of honor for in a wedding, is a scout leader. So I end up going on scout trips anyway, quite often. As a hello, I'm here as an extra. I'm not a leader and have no wish to be. But apparently, every time you go on a trip, I get dragged. I come along too. To which I'm told, well, you have your DBS check and all those things. Enhanced DBS. Yes. Oliel, something that can launch Lancaster bombers, large, hard to destroy, may introduce you to Malta. Rob Luke, Doc Clarke, I will concede the US Burke hull form argument. If I recall correctly, that hull was for a cruiser design that predates the Taranga class. What about the same equipment with new hull? With new hull would be ideal. This is my point. I have made it, I've said, God, take the Zumwalt hull, that's fine, stick an Arleigh Burke Flight 6 technology into it, use the engine's power generation, everything from the Zumwalt design, but use all the VLS and all the guns and the SBY and the Aegis and all that stuff from the Flight 6. You have a working design ready to go. Go, build it. Build. Give me lots of them. And just call it the interim destroyer design until you come up with something new. That'd be fine. But just keep building. Build. Stop mucking around. Gavin, Dialogue Seek. Were there any roles who enjoyed the Spithead Naval Review, or did they all just treat it as had to do because I'm royal? Oh no, the Royals used to love it. Fair number of the Royals served in the Navy. So it was a great way for them to go and get away. You have to remember, if you're a member of the royal family, especially in that period, even to this day, serving the armed forces is quite a good option for you because no one's going to complain about you doing it. There is already quite a high degree of security around you whenever you're doing the things, and you have a distance already thrown into you and the press. It can give you peace from public pressure. Sim Richards, have they scrapped the bristle yet? I think they're trying to. I heard they're trying to save. There's always people trying to save it, but I think they have scrapped it. I'm not sure though. I haven't really been watching that one. I've been dealing more with other stuff. Ooh, oh. Let's have some fun. In 1945, the Georgios Avros and her crew sent back to 1453 to Constantinople. What do you think that crew would do, and how long can they keep it going in the medieval world? How long can they keep it going in the medieval world? Well, considering what happened in terms of the fall of Constantinople, etc., they would probably keep Constantinople quite free. How long could they keep it going for? Well, to be fair, the Georgios Avros doesn't actually need to move much to protect Constantinople. What you need to do is you need to find a way to secure her in place, and you need to keep her guns, etc., going, and those mechanisms. You don't need her to move much. Yes, her being able to move is useful in terms of the firepower, but the trouble is if she moves off and someone launches an attack on Constantinople and she can't get back, you have problems. But as long as she can keep Constantinople and that side of the Dardanelles safe from invasion, then you can preserve quite a lot, because as long as you have Constantinople, it's going to sound strange. The Byzantine Empire has a secure, as long as it has that as a secure empire base, which it can build and resupply and support its operations from, then it's quite a strong. It's able to support itself. That's where its infrastructure hub is. So that's what you need to secure. So you could almost build in Georgios Avros into that area. And then I suppose you need to ritualize the maintenance and repair and making sure things weren't rusted and the guns were rotated at least once a day and people knew about the firing mechanisms. Honestly, the guns weren't that accurate to begin with, so yes, whilst you do need to repair the rifling on the barrels occasionally, actually having to do that, being able to do that is a completely different matter. The crew would have a fairly large amount of knowledge. They could probably keep it going as long. It's basically doable. It's how the issues come with the more you can focus down on the maintenance on the few things, the more you can make things easier. So if you don't have the ship moving, but you can maintain the guns, etc., and keep them able to turn around and secure that, you should be okay. 30, 40 years, probably it can buy you, which might be enough. That's why I was wondering if it was sold product 2001 both retired, take the guns and put them on new hull. You could do that, but honestly, for the American budget, you can build new guns. No, Dresden was on a specific point. It is. Dresden's a city. Okay, are there any of your sail ships still around that could sail into the open ocean? HMS Unicorn? Probably Unicorn. You could do it. And there is, of course, Constant. What's that? I can't remember the name of the American frigate still in the service. That's it. Would 10 multi-carriers be too many for the RM? No. They could deal with it, though, but that would be... let's put it this way. If they built 10 multi-carriers before the end of World War II, they would probably have kept them in service for a while, but they were gone down to about 6 by about 1970, if not 5. And as Carl Goswell said, I'm not sure there are no multi-generational family-operated yunks over like 200 years in the business. There are probably because still a couple of them. Mm-hmm. Anyway, Speedo was chosen for an overview because it was iron close enough to the mainland. Pretty much. 640. George, read my last. I'm not looking to debate further, just curious as your thoughts position. Mm-hmm. Constitution. It's the US's Constitution. I didn't think it was a constellation. I did think it was, but I couldn't remember which one what exactly was. Also, is the story about the RN being able to close in the Mediterranean with a giant chain in Gibraltar true? You need somewhere else on the other side of the Mediterranean to have the chain. But theoretically, you could. But do you see any Western nation putting John Deere tractors on the assault ships since Ukrainians have been using them a lot to steal Russian armor? Probably not. But there again, the British actually do go to war with tractors. If you look up the combat tractor, the British Army and I think the US Army have both have combat tractors in their services. They're in the engineering squads. Thank you, Swordsman and George Newman. Constitution. Sean Courtney, hello, Doxy. Have seen the Ukrainians modifying obsolete anti-tank grenades, tailfins, so dropping them from small drones, but how susceptible to damage are modern naval vessels from this type of attack? Okay, so you can probably achieve a mission kill if you can hit the radars and the comm systems, etc. You won't kill the ship, but you can achieve a mission kill. So that's the reality of these systems. Look at them as mission kill systems rather than kill systems. Mission kill is fine if you're the Ukrainians, because let's be honest, it's the whole peacetime versus wartime fighting doctrine. In wartime, you care about killing them. In peacetime, you care about killing the big enemy. So that's what you focus on in the exercises. In peacetime, you care about stopping even the little enemy and just stopping them. That's a win. So mission kill systems suddenly become very, very useful. Hello, Hellshot. Well, William and Harry both served in the army. They might end up going in, but remember they served in the army during the period at which there was the Afghanistan, Iraq, and all those things going on. So it made sense. The army was the prestigious force going. But their predecessors, thanks to the Duke of Edinburgh, Charles went into the Navy. Edward and Andrew went into the Navy. Edward tried for the went into the Royal Marines and ended up not staying in there. Anne, of course, didn't go. So I think, actually, interesting enough, what will become interesting is, of course, the Queen served in World War II in the ATS. Remember correctly, the Allied Transport Service. So what'd be interesting is seeing which branch Princess Charlotte picks. I wouldn't be surprised if Charlotte goes Navy. She'll either go Navy or Royal Air Force, I think. She might go Army, but my instinct is Air Force or Navy, Navy or Air Force. If she goes Armed Services. George, no idea. could follow his dad into the army. He could decide to go Navy. He could decide to go to Royal Marines. They don't usually allow the first in line to go into. That's the thing. They usually are more careful about the first in line, what the future Prince of Wales is going to do, than they are the rest of them. Onion Henry, US used to be Setcom and engineering tractor. Small track vehicle with plenty of attachments. There was President, there was Constitution, Congress, United States, and Chesapeake? Seems to be the consumption of this one, but just seems slightly strange for it to be Chesapeake. I'd have thought it'd been something else. That's also, we have the late Qing Dynasty and 1930s France as a case study on the ravages of corruption and political appointments of the army. Can you think of any other Navy and Air Force, barring the Russians? Oh, there are, barring the Russians? You have got issues. In most navies in the world, they have them to varying extents. I would say the Royal Navy's lucky to an extent in that its period mostly is prior the Fisher reforms, and it's largely been dealt with by the time World War One comes around. But honestly, the Royal Navy has big problems with it in about 1880 to 1904 is probably there is issues going on in the Royal Navy. I would go with the Italian Navy having issues almost from its inception. And most navies, because of the sheer amount of procurement going on, always have problems. Air forces, they had the major problems actually came after Second World War, when they were the big new things on the block and everyone was spending a lot of money on them, and you could get away with showing up and going, oh, look at this shiny thing I want to do. Give me money, I'll build it. And that led to a lot of failed projects. A lot of vaporware. And it took about 20 years to get a handle on that. VCH, Theodore Roosevelt received a Congressional Medal of Honor. How many roles received a Victoria Cross? No. And to be honest, I've been told there is the bar to get a medal if you're an officer. There is the standard to get a medal if you're not an officer. And there is the standard to get a medal if you are a member of the nobility. And there is the standard to get a medal if you are a member of the royal family. And considering the standard to get a VC is already very high, if you extrapolate that out, it's virtually impossible for them to do it. It's almost as if that sort of action is expected of a member of that family, of the royal family. Hang on, Doc, didn't William get his wings in the Royal Air Force? He served in the army, and then he went and flew search and rescue with the Royal Air Force. So, yeah. He flew search and rescue with the Royal Air Force. So occasionally some people consider it Fleet Air Arm, but no, he was with the Royal Air Force. Jordan FV-180 CET being replaced by Terrier Armored Digger. I see the amphibious tractor design in their design image, but that is just me. I do love the amphibious tractors. If you want to have fun with the amphibious tractor, with the bar, the beach armored recovery vehicle, you stick a giant tube on it and claim it has a gun. That will cause fun in every NATO exercise. Strong, thanks for the answer. Talking about tractors, the Royal Engineer Corps built a really nice beach recovery vehicle from Sherman hulls. They did, and then they built them from Chieftain hulls, as the current one is based on. Okay, didn't think the U.S. Constitution was ocean-worthy since the U.S. Navy only sailed her around Boston Harbor so they can turn her once a year, so it wouldn't hold weather evenly. To be fair, the Constitution is ocean-worthy. Nicest way, if you can go around Boston Harbor, you're ocean-worthy. Well, it's like okay, yes, it's probably not. Don't take it out into a thunderstorm, but it's okay. How likely is it all the 6 original frigates will be Constellation class? U.S. United States suits a carrier better. It's building the USS United States will always be an issue. Burton, what is this live stream about? Well, technically it's about books, but it's turning into a question and answer session. I am going to be getting to some books in a second. Seneca, the 6 frigates are armed with cartridge firing breech loaders. How does it change the War of 1812? Well, they're firing faster, but they also probably, considering the quality of the cartridges and things available to be timed with the metallurgy, probably have a few more explosions of their own guns. So anyway, what do you think a member of the royal family would have to do to get a Victoria Cross? Make something up. To get a VC, they would probably have to single-handedly hold off an entire enemy attack, whilst running out into the line of fire to pick up people and bring them back. Recover wounded colleagues. It would literally be they would be the one-person army, and then they might get a recovering the rest of their squad. Okay, 9. Did anyone else experiment with stuff like USS Turtle around the time of the US Revolutionary War? There were experiments going on. The Royal Navy did look at those sort of things, etc., but it's kind of it's finding out the exact nature of the testing going on, because also there is quite a healthy tradition in Britain of naval officers and would-be engineers going off and building their own stuff, testing it out, the testing data going into the Admiralty never actually doing it themselves. Same with the French. This Fox, how does corruption affect the Navy? I struggle to imagine a captain being able to sell equipment on the table like we've seen the area in Russia. To be fair, a Russian captain managed to sell his own propellers. So, yeah. He sold the propellers, the fancy propellers, and had fake things installed instead, which were made of cheaper material. But corruption can exist in terms of procurement, in terms of carrying sailors who on the books who don't really exist and trying to pocket their pay. There are all sorts of things which can be done if you're smart and really want to. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Dr. C. You are serving in our in World War II, and your ship has stopped at the overseas base. You go on shore leave and arrested. What is most likely reason? Why? Drinking, fighting, seducing them. Well, I don't drink alcohol, so that wouldn't be the case for me. Fighting. I don't tend to fight, but if someone starts it, I'll finish it. That's always been my policy, but I do have a very heavy protective streak. So if I see people being bullying or being nasty to people, I tend to step into the middle of it and go. But I'm quite big, so usually that sort of, in a nice way, I'm quite big and I look quite nasty when I want to be, and I can have quite a loud voice. So that tends to deal with the scenario before I get involved. I have to do any fighting. If seducing women is a reason to get arrested, well, my track record with the opposite gender, unfortunately, is I more often not turn them into friends rather than anything else. Which apparently, according to one of my good friends, so it shows how good a guy I am. I'm not sure, but I really don't have much game. So if I was arrested for any reason, it'd probably be I decided to acquire something in the true Royal Navy sense, and was basically deciding, well, my ship could do a few extra 40mm, and these are just lying around here. So that would probably be more what I'd be arrested for, if anything. Potentially the fighting. Potentially the fighting, especially if I saw someone being bullied or anything like that. I can, in the nicest way, there aren't many people who can say this, but I can say I had two uncles who were told off in World War II because when they saw how the African American sailors were being treated by some of the white sailors, they did step in and tell off the white sailors. That got them into trouble. So yeah, I'd have the similar. I would hope I had the similar predisposition to that. So that's going to get me into trouble. But yeah, probably be the purloining of goods for my ship. Ooh, nice 40mm. Ooh, plot position indicator. Oh, I can have one of those for my radar. I know the US has built a second United States in the 1950s, but I wouldn't actually build the United States if I was America. ACH, I've given a blank check with instruction to buy yourself your favorite car from history. What did you buy? Oh, good lord. Probably a Bentley from the 1930s. One of the fastest fastest lorries in the world. They all look really quite nice to me in that era. So I would find a really nice condition Bentley. Colin Cameron, the planned mainstay of Operation Sea Lion for the beach was to be captured by French combat tractors. The factory was one of the first facilities the Germans tried to get operational. Didn't really work. Oh, good lord. I think I heard William Bligh was selling rations off the Bounty, but I may give you no, he wasn't. A Russian captain sold props of what kind of vessel? Well, one of their they call them frigates, but we would call them corvettes. Yeah, it could be a 472. There are lots of interesting things that you can run from the power takeoff on the tractor. No, she'd gone in for her dry dock and he was selling off parts of her. Andrew, the Russian captain sold off the props from his commander, destroyed that had recently become a museum. There is a. Some people say there is a destroyer story one, and there is a corvette story one, as I said, and that one is. I've seen the photos and the reports from the corvette one, so I think it's the corvette one, but it could also be. It could be more than one ship has had it happen. Sean Brown, if the bolts aren't well done, the equipment is practically asking for it. True. This is the true policy. ACH, 333, meaning W, perhaps a 6.8 litre? Sounds about right. This is also, can you expand on the captain who sold the thrills? Like, how did he do that and get away with it? Literally, he didn't get away with it, he got caught. Because they actually did some testing. And this is why it was in the news. So we know at least one of the captains got caught, but there are two stories in the chat. So I'm presuming two captains have got caught, which might suggest that if I was the Russian Navy admiral, I'd be checking all my propellers myself. But basically, it goes in for refit. The propellers are taken off to go and be serviced and maintained in the foundry, and the ones that come back are not the same quality by any stretch of imagination as the ones that are supposed to be. And it was turned out in the refit they weren't actually supposed to be replaced. But of course, the captain signed off on the orders. Andrew Paul, yes, you are. As I said, there is one story which is a submarine class destroyer, but there was also a newer ship as well. Stephen Johnson, we'll all know you made it when you post a short with your new custom ordered Morgan SSR. No, it wouldn't be a Morgan. I'm a Subaru driver. In the nicest way, and Morgan, as much as I love the wooden design, is not me. Mine is all-wheel drive and a lot of horsepower, which of course I never use because I always go to speed limit. I never go faster than 69. I stick to 69. I do. I'm a good guy. Andrew Holt, I will admit I've not heard of a Corvette getting stuff getting on. Well, the reason I remember the Corvette is because basically the article I read was, and I do remember it mentioned the stories of the sovereignty, but it hadn't got any proof of it at that time, and it basically said, is this a more widespread problem in the Russian Navy? And I know at the time there was also a lot of issues going on with the Kuznetsov's propellers. And there was a question was, well, had the same thing happened to Kuznetsov? Which wouldn't have surprised me. In the Age of Sail, a new captain was appointed to a frigate, and he came aboard, and he found that the previous accounts included stuff that, the ship was supposed to be painted, have spare sails, everything, rope, and all that stuff, and he couldn't find any sail, any rope, any food, anything on his ship at all. He ends up calling up the Admiralty authorities, who send down Marines, and they arrested every single officer on the ship other than him, because they'd all had to be complicit in it. Martin here, any faster than 69 and I'll put your wallet out for your throat. My Subaru 15 it's fairly terrible. Mine is lovely. Seriously, people always tell me Subarus use a lot of fuel, and I'm sort of going, what? Mine must decide it needs to drink it with a pipette. That's going. Would you give the N3 small tube boilers to increase the speed beyond 23 knots? They had small tube boilers. The thing was, they were designed to be the same, slightly shorter than the G3s, which had 16-inch guns, and it was designed to have 18-inch guns, and with the same amount of ammunition as the 18-inch guns, as the 16-inch guns, which would take up a lot more space. You actually have less space in the hull for the engines. So if you go back to the G3 design, imagine that expanded. Nah, Graham, that's far too 007 and Aston Martin. My current car, which I would probably get, would be a Ford Mustang. Which does get me in the trouble, people, because they go, surely you want the Aston, and I go, no. I love the Astons, they are lovely, but you can't get my butt in them. You need something which is a bit wider seat. And the Ford Mustang is fairly comfortable. I've got we're going to have a Dodge Charger, so and while we're in Canada, we're looking forward to that one. I know that some enterprising Russian sailors were selling off copper wiring from the Russian carrier that was in reefer reserve. Not because that's not the other one. What is the effect of corruption on the Navy? I would assume increased costs, efficiency loss, anything else? Degradation of command. It's quite simple. And a Navy is based on a lot of autonomous units coming together and working together. And you have one level degradation command in that those units which are supposed to be able to do something can't do it. And the Admiral doesn't realize it because they haven't been told it's not going to do it. But also you have the fact that there are people lying about what their capabilities are on their ship, and once they're lying about that, they're lying about everything else. Diogo, Varag, the one that was sold to China or Gorshkov? The one that was sold to India? I think it was Gorshkov. I'd love to say the 5-litre V8, but in the UK, probably go with the Turbo 4, considering the amount of tax we put on our fuel. And for answer to the question is, if I was buying a brand new car, a brand new Ford Mustang, which, by the way, I should point out, costs 38 grand in the UK, has roughly 31 miles to the gallon combined, but 31 to 39 on the highway, between 14 and 23 in the city. So, I'd probably want a 61-litre fuel tank, and yeah, I'd probably go for the L4 cylinder, 2.3 L4 cylinder, because honestly, whilst I'd love the 5-litre V8, 5-litre V8 would probably not love my bank account. There again, if I have enough money to spend 38 grand on a brand new Mustang, yeah, maybe my bank account can afford it. Oof. And before anyone asks, yes, you do have a build and price thing on the Ford website in the UK, and yes, I have built my dream Mustang a couple of times when I've been feeling down and needed something to pick myself up. It's kind of like building my own log cabin. It's something I do. You know, we all have those things. Cool. I don't know. Right. So, let's start off with actually doing a quick book, because I'm not made any sub books, so your questions will be too good this evening, and I do want to get some books. So let's start off with this one, and it has this great chapter in here, and I'm going to just talk about this. Historical martial arts: what are they, and trying to accomplish why and how? Practice of historical martial arts is the process of recreating a combat system from period sources. As historical martial artists, we make an act of faith. The writer of the source knew his art better than we do. It is often the case that the instructions presented in the manuscripts are obscure or counterintuitive to modern readers. It's important to remember that for us, mistakes in training lead to a few bruises, perhaps, and a lost match or two. For Fiore and his students, the consequences of an error could be death, disgrace, or ruin. With that kind of incentive, the chances are that when it came to swordsmanship and knightly combat, the knights knew what they were doing. For pure historians, the point is moot. We do it by the book because we are engaged in recreating the historical art. The process of recreating an art such as this begins with finding the source material you need. These days, that's usually a simple matter. There are dozens of treaties available free online, dozens more reprinted in the last 10 years, and many of the Italian, German, and French sources have also been translated. In this cornucopia, we select a primary focus, usually one book, which must then be studied in depth, read through many times, hunting down the meanings of obsolete words, putting together a sense of what the author was trying to say. Same time must determine in what context a system is supposed to work. A fencing sally of the 19th century, a 17th century battlefield, a 15th century tournament. We then work through the book page by page, sword in hand. It is very unusual for a first attempt at a physical reconstruction to be even close to correct. When working through the techniques in the book, we are trying to follow the text and procedures precisely, while fitting what we are doing into a broader tactical context. Often the author has chosen not to define his terms at all, nor to describe the overall tactical preferences of the system. This is a long, difficult, and demanding process, with many sidetracks in the new era. I have found the only way through to be a combination of patience, persistence, and suddenly holding on to the impossible goal of perfecting the preparation and execution. As we become more familiar with the source, we can hold more of it in our heads at once and so much better and make better and better choices in our interpretation. In short, the process always looks like this. Find the book and read it. Identify the context in which the system isn't supposed to work. Go through and recreate all the techniques, identify patterns, recurring actions or ideas, identify the core style of the movement, identify the core tactical preferences, train the techniques in controlled environment, recreate the original context as closely as possible, and try to apply this as overall the system hit there. Interesting enough, what I liked about this was basically the same system they're describing is what I also apply to when I'm looking at ship design. Because for forensic ship design, forensic engineering, when you're examining construction and you're going through it, you are often looking at what exactly was built, and a lot of stuff is not mentioned. It's just not discussed. It's not part of the discussion in the design because it doesn't need to be, because everyone at the time knows what they're talking about, whereas you don't. Now, Dan, so anyway, what is the title of the paperwork guy in the RN? Purser or writer, depending on what they are. The purser is usually the senior officer for admin and in charge of things aboard a ship. They can be called various things, but they're not usually purser. And the writer is the basically is the writer is literally what their name says. They're pretty much there to do admin work these days. No, so I think even as certain stuff said, I think it means the newest one can be ordered there, right-hand drive and everything. Yep. Here guy. Gorshkov was the modified Kiev class of Russian model fleet in the Navy. Yeah. This is Oxford. Do you need book sources for the effects of corruption, Navy? For further reading. Again, it's one of those things I have a couple of books coming to it. It's something that's more being looked into more recently, especially since the various concepts the US ran into in terms of Singapore. So, yeah. How does it feel to drive on the wrong side of the road? It's weird, but I've driven on both sides of the road. It's easier when you're set up on the right. It's easier when you're in a right-hand car to drive on the right. That's supposed to be. It's easier when the car is set up right for that side, for the side of the road you're supposed to be driving on. And to be fair, if I'm in a new country and driving, I tend to select an automatic if I'm getting a hire car because then that's one less thing for me to worry about because it's not the gearbox. The gear is not on the wrong side because it's you're trying to do it and the gears are down there. And in my Subaru it's Geartronic, so it's I put in drive or I can split across through the dogleg and go forward and up a gear or down a gear. Just tap it up and down, which is good for off-roading, and then put it back into drive. It's a case of if the gearbox is now on that side, the gear sticks on that side, it's just weird. I get used to it, but I prefer if I'm not used to roads, it's an automatic, and that's what I will be driving in Canada. It will be an automatic because of that, literally, so I don't have to think about that. I can just put in the drive and just go off. And that's here. What does the US do if Canada got the free QEs and Australia retained HMS Australia and didn't turn up at the Washington Naval Treaty? There was no legal requirement to scuttle HMS Australia in the Washington Naval Treaty. It's an interesting thing, and they get very upset, probably. There is theoretically, because you have to remember that they all the way through the treaties, they treat it as the Commonwealth. The Empire and Commonwealth. Ooh. Cool book, Conways. Oh, those are good books. £16 for all three, Dan Freeman. You are now making me a very, very... Colin Cameron, maybe I can bribe a Ukrainian farmer to pick me up a nice T90. And I can use that to get through the traffic. Mm-hmm. Senator, why write and not scribe? That's just the way it's always been in the Royal Navy. Probably because writing was the important thing, not the importance of the scripture. Also, remember to wear proper protective equipment before hitting each other practice swords. Possibly. That's great. What would you name the other 4 Type 31s? Oh, good lord, anything's better than the existing names. Well, sort of. The answer in the US is the US would give GB an ultimatum, and if they didn't get scrapped, declare them in violation of the treaty. Yes and no. You see, the thing is, that's okay as long as Australia and Canada are allowed themselves to be treated as part of the powers in the treaty, as one part of Britain. But if they declare no, we have our own, and that's this way. Whilst we are part of the Commonwealth and the combined sort of foreign policy in terms, we are our own nations of our own security needs. Then they could probably push for a level below France and Italy. So it'd be a case of they'd be allowed 3 capital ships each, whereas France and Italy are allowed 6. And the Americans, in terms of the Americans wanted a deal enough, they might well have accepted it through. That's awesome. I think your first roundabout here will be fun, as your hand just had an argument before the fictional shifter just now. Yeah, this is why... That's the shifter. In the American side, for me. An American and Canadian side, yeah, and I'm just going to put it on automatic, as I said, because that's my side in the UK. There it is, down there. Right. Back in a second, just pour something inside. There appears to be something fluffy running around outside. Go see if I can bring it in here. It might not be running around enough, but it's not foxy. Don't worry. What are you up to, Zebedee? Why are you running past my door? Hello, Doodah. What are you up to? Sorry, Doodah's not coming in. He just came down for a quick run to tell me that I had to have a certain. He literally brought down keys, dropped them off, and ran back up, which is quite good. But the keys were dangling on his collar. They literally dropped off the collar. Mm-hmm. From what I've read at the start, I read Express Australia was scuttled because the government time didn't want her and she was worn out and obsolete. Yes and no. They were, if they had made a fuss about keeping her, they would have probably got given something else in her stead, i.e., possibly Tiger or any of the big cats. There's a Foxer. You mentioned something about USN and Singapore in my last question. What do you mean by that? What was the discussion? Quite recently, there have been issues with America and Singapore. The support. Fat Leonard. The Fat Leonard scandal, which is ongoing in US still, involving the ship contractor Glenn Defence Marine Asia, which was a tied subsidiary of the Glenn Marine Group, and basically the company's chief executive, president, chairman, a gentleman called Leonard Glenn Francis, bribed the United States officers of the United States 7th Fleet with roughly $500,000 in cash, plus travel expenses, luxury items, and ladies in negotiable virtue, in return for classified material, in order to basically, how do I put this? He was basically trying to exploit intelligence and all things to get people to redirect aircraft carriers to ports he controlled in Southeast Asia, so he could easily sell fuel, tugboats, barges, food and water, and sewage removal to the US Navy. Basically, he was making sure he was paying people so he got the orders. He was the only one who could supply them. He was making it into a functional monopoly. Has Draco Dan driven left hand before? I think Drac has. I have. I said I have my international driving license. I again, for one of my employers, you have to have your international driving license and international driving permits. So I have them. I'm qualified to drive a disturbingly large number of vehicles. I have done far too many driver training courses in my time. People find it quite scary. There are. I don't have it listed on my my pink license, but I have driven lorries quite happily. They're fun, but there again, my aunt also is qualified to drive lorries. My aunt for years worked as executive assistant to the chief executive and chief editor for Reed's Publishing of their various travel driving magazine and travel magazines. He was in charge of, and she used to go on all sorts of courses and do all sorts of driving. My aunt has the full license and still to this day can drive an HGV. Quite funny because when there was a national shortage for HGV license. My aunt, who's my mum's twin sister, got called up at one point going, "Why haven't you been using your license and driving for you? Driving, would you be available to drive?" You're going, "I haven't done any driving since I got the license about 20 years ago, but I'll have a go." Mm. There's a box. What is your opinion on monarchy, and what effects do you think it has on British politics and culture in general? I like the monarchy. Honestly, I prefer it to having a president, and I think it's a nice USP. I think if you are going to change it, then you have to do a full constitutional change in the UK. I don't see how you can avoid setting up a federated system and all sorts of things. So I like the monarchy, and I like what they bring. Narrow-ground entertainment. Hello now, and narrow-ground entertainment. The driving lorry is actually what I'm paid to do. Well, except I'm in the US, so I call them semis. If you're in the UK and you want an international driver's permit, it's about £5.50 from the post office. You have to do some testing as well. There are some courses. No, they didn't look at the age at all. They didn't look at it. She didn't care. She was quite happy. I think she almost went, but she was shielding, so she was sort of going, "No," but she almost went. My aunt would have been quite happy driving along the motorway and a nice big HGV going, "I am trucking." I could imagine her now. I could also imagine the accident she'd cause, but leave that to one side. So, 21st Century Gorshkov by edited by Kevin Rowlands, and well, it's got one chapter in here which I think is a must-read. All the chapters are good, but there's one chapter which is an absolute must-read. When the Gorshkov articles were published in the early 1970s, first in Muscovy Sonic, and then in the translation in Proceedings, they are pored over by Western analysts. Difficult in today's 24-hour media, multi-source and information-age world to comprehend the significance that they were afforded. By then, Gorshkov had been at the helm of the Red Navy for almost 20 years, and his views were news, at least to those in the small world of Cold War naval policy. Western analysts debated whether Gorshkov's writings were authorized, or whether they were an attempt to influence the direction of policy inside the Soviet military hierarchy, and about what they really meant. Every word of phrase was considered for inference, and some analysts claimed to find significant meaning in semi-hidden nuances of language. The whole series is not repeated here, but a compendium of Gorshkov's work would be incomplete without some acknowledgement of the place of these articles in naval history. This chapter and the next bookend that era, with the first and last of the 11 articles reproduced as they were in Proceedings in 1974. It is not known precisely when the articles were written. They were first published in Russian in 1972, and so were probably written in 1971. It is noteworthy that the English version was being widely read in the immediate aftermath of the Arab-Israeli Yom Kippur War, a war that was accompanied by US-Soviet naval brinkmanship in the Mediterranean. They were topical and became required reading for the professional officer of the day. It was also the year that Admiral Zumwalt, the US Chief of Naval Operations, stated in the National View in an interview with the New York Times that his conviction the United States had lost control of the sea lanes to the Soviet Union. So here is the first article, Navies in War and Peace. For many centuries, the ocean expanses have not only been a convenient means of communication between continents and between the suppliers of products vitally essential to mankind, but also an area of fierce struggle and military conflict. Scalar utilizing the water medium for military aims, i.e., the defense of one's own country, and to seize overseas position, has grown in relation to man's knowledge and mastery of the ocean. At the present time, in an era of far-reaching scientific discoveries and the utilization of them for military needs, the capabilities for conducting combat operations on the oceanic expanses have increased incredibly. While naval arms race abroad and the creation of diverse means of naval combat have reached unprecedentedly imposing scales. This is a very good book. I know I've shown you other books in the series. There's Mahan, there's Corbett, there's Gorshkov. There are a few others which are worthwhile getting, but honestly, if you have those three, you have a very, very good basis for building up your knowledge of what is naval and maritime doctrine. Why would the US have to be afraid of Canada getting three Arcadia subclass versions of Queen Elizabeth class super dreadnought battleships, considering how many battleships they have? They're not worried about Canada. They're worried about Britain. Because if you have parity of Britain, and both you have 15, and Australia has 3, and Canada has 3, and let's say India has 3, because the only argument I can see Canada actually getting them is if India got them, then in the reality, the British Commonwealth has 24, and America has 15. That's the reality. And yes, you can say, right then, well, in any war, they can easily outnumber and outmaneuver, outnumber, and smash the Canadian fleet. Fine. Then it's still 21 versus 15. And do you think you're going to sink all 3 without losing something? Especially if they're super dreadnoughts? So that is the thing. Seneca, how old is your aunt? Well, officially, of course, she's 21. But here's the thing. Both her and my mum are officially 21, and I'm somehow this year 35. And I will tell you, when my mum was pregnant with me, the GP thought it was a red herring because of her age. Adrian, 90. I look forward to seeing you on the 18th. So do I look forward to seeing you. It'll be fun. Nice. Were the Americans that part of their empire destroying them or something, or that they wanted to arm weaken them? No. They were wanted. You have to remember, it's a status thing. The U.S. Navy wanted to be the Americans wanted a navy second to none in the world. And the thing is, there would be reality. They would have been it. But the interesting thing is, if the British had held out more, and had actually had it, they'd have probably ended up having to accept it because of the change in power and the way that the people who come in later in the treaty system, in developing up the Washington Treaty, are looking for a reason to cut the U.S. Navy because they don't want to spend the money, and that's why they want the treaties. So, Knight of the North Atlantic. The Baron Siegfried von Fossner, and I will put the links to these in the thing down below. The War Patrols of U-402, 1941 to 1943, by Aaron S. Hamilton. Now, I have to admit, when I first picked this up, there was part of me which was seriously worrying, because these books can go one of 2 ways. They can either be incredibly good, or they can be absolute, and I mean this in the nicest way, absolute and complete just This was so amazing. Complete wearbo. This is very good. It's got some cool maps of the operations, which allow you to understand a bit more about submarine operations and what they were getting up to, what they were doing. And where they were going. It's well written. And it's got nice pictures and it's well researched. So yeah, I like this one. The destroyer turned hard to port in a second attempt to ram. On this second run, Westcott and U-581 closed at a rate of about 40 knots on almost opposite courses. U-581 turned to port as Westcott wheeled to starboard, then came about full to port. The destroyer's port bows sliced into the U-boat just above the conning tower. Shock crew abandoned the U-boat seconds before impact. As Westcott prepared to carry out a second ramming, the bow of U-581 rose clear of the water and she sank by the stern in over 400 fathoms. Cypher had already issued the order to abandon ship after the first ramming attempt, so the entire crew wore life jackets when they jumped into water. The two British destroyers rescued 41 of the 46 crew in the water. On 8th February, BDU received the report that the U-581 had likely been rammed and sunk, and that the survivors were picked up by the British. Only a second watch officer escaped capture, swam to shore, and later returned to Germany. None of this was known to von Fossner, who continued to pursue the elusive Langeby Castle. U-402 transmitted to BDU again at 21:05 hours that it was pursuing a troop transport which was following a zigzag course along 120 degrees at 11 knots. Perhaps this transmission was picked up by an HFDF, as within minutes the larger destroyer, probably the Exmoor, changed course and headed directly towards U-402 at high speed. This was going to be a direct attack. A crash dive was ordered. The crew ran to the bow, where their combined weight provided extra downward momentum that sped the boat's submergence into the depth by a few life-saving seconds. First, von Forstner came to periscope depth, but the destroyer was still on its attack approach, so the U-boat dived to 120 meters, then 140, and finally 168 meters. The first depth charges were dropped. Sonarman identified not one but two destroyers now, and a peculiar sound was heard as if the pebbles were dropping from the surface and beginning to strike the pressure hull. How quickly the hunter became the hunted. The crew kept quiet and wary eye up and towards, and the distinctive pings of Aztec bounced off U-402's hull. According to von Fossner, sound series of approximately 6 clearly distinguishable single tones, each two closely together in time, little pause, then two again. First tone of the second double sound was usually louder. Sequence of the tones sounded like when morsing. Between each series, quite different long pauses, from 13 seconds up to minutes, and a total of 41 depth charges, which presumably all detonations above the boat. Concussion was very similar. Felt very safe at depth, only slight failures which could all be quickly repaired. They were deep and being attacked. While he did not know the fate of U-581, clearly a broken valve caused by the concussion of depth charge explosions could easily jeopardize the U-boat. This was the first time the crew experienced a depth charge attack of this severity, and the experience was etched deeply in their minds. How it recalled 50 years later. They exploded for hours, rocking the boat. We were all frightened, but von Fossner kept his cool. Satisfied they brought time for Langley Castle to continue our evasive manoeuvres, the destroyers withdrew and turned back towards their escort duties. BDU had received the earlier report and now directed Hersacker to assist in the pursuit. U-402 regained sight of its quarry. Early on the 3rd of February, von Fossner attacked one of the destroyers at 7:30 hours. It was shot from Tube 2, but the shot was a miss at 400 meters. Both destroyers pursued for U-402 with Aztec, but did not locate the boat. Von Fossner ordered the boat down to 140 meters. 11 minutes later, a sharp impact was felt against the hull as the U-boat struck an uncharted rock outcropping. The hull plate was torn loose, then that rattled even during their silent running. The crew was shaken psychologically between depth charge attack and now hitting rocks, while so deep. The navigator pored over the charts and checked his calculations under the glare of the first watch officer. Von Fossner maintained a calm demeanor during the incident, which again reassured the crew. It's a good book. It's 1961. It's not about whether or not war was what the British or the Americans would have done against each other. It's more about the image, the politics of it. This was how do you rate the Finnish coastal defence ships and their things in general, and versus the Baltic Red Fleet? They were fairly decent. Honestly, myself, it's kind of like I keep wanting to do a video about the Swedes because there is this concept that because Norway fell to the Germans when it really shouldn't have done, Sweden would have fallen to the Germans as the Germans attacked Sweden. And I try to point out that Norway is the problem is the government. More than if the government had actually reacted properly, if they had done a radio broadcast calling up the reserves the moment Denmark was invaded and mobilized their forces personnel, then Norway would probably not have fallen to the Germans. In fact, it would have been very freaking difficult for it to fall because everywhere would have been secured, and even places where if people had been pro-German commanders, if they had been pro-German commanders, there's a difference between I am a pro-German and the Germans are invading my country and I'm going to let them come in. That's a different thing. And if I do start letting them come in, well, my second in command will probably put a bullet through my head. So, I might as well fight here. Versus, well, the Swedes who were mobilized. The Swedes' reaction to Denmark being invaded. Mobilization immediately. Mobilize. Everything mobilize. There is a different reaction. So anyway, which destroyer sank the most enemy tonnage in relation to its own tonnage? Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I would have to look into it in relation to its own tonnage. Ooh. If we're going for destroyers, it's probably a destroyer escort. And you have to remember the Royal Navy destroyer escorts have a few more years of war and anti-submarine warfare than the Americans do to catch up. But some American destroyer escorts do some really good stuff. And most of the big British killers were sloops, not destroyers. And also, there is something else again. There's something you continue serving the Norwegian forces under the Quislings, and you become a Quisling after the invasion than you are pro-German before the invasion. There is a difference. Right, this one is, of course, one for Daniel that that Dr. Freeman should probably be looking at more than me. But it's very cool. It's medieval military medicine, and how do I put this? Okay, while I was reading this, I just thought, those people who are interested in medical history will enjoy this. But also, if you're one of those people who likes to prepare for the end of the world, preppers, you probably really like this book as well. Judging from what I know of the friends who are that way inclined, and to be fair, most of the friends of mine who are that way inclined are people who basically have come out of the forces and like to survive on their own and ignore humanity anyway. Which, to be honest, sometimes dealing with humanity, I can understand the draw of. I can. Another instance shows a blacksmith using different skills to heal as he extracted an arrow from the face of a knight after all else had failed to work. Coming from the miracle collection of Rocamadour in the second half of the 12th century, the entry involves a knight called Henry of Merchant, who had been struck in the face by an arrow close to his eye. Surgeons have been unable to locate the weapon, despite cutting a significant opening into Henry's face. The wound became badly infected, making the knight very ill and causing him a great deal of discomfort. Henry reached the point where he could no longer chew his food, and so he gradually deteriorated. Death seemed to him a better option than the agony he felt from the arrow and the contamination it caused. He set off on a pilgrimage to Rocamadour, where he got no relief despite his devotions. On the advice of the monks, he returned home, but in a much weaker state than even before. However, according to the account, Henry did not lose faith, and after apparently feeling an itch in the wound, he consulted a blacksmith who successfully and painlessly extracted the arrow from the knight's face. This is another case of what appears to have been a blacksmith's successful work being heavily downplayed and overshadowed the narrative produced by the church. Rocamadour claimed the healing as their own because of Henry's faith in his early visit to the enemy, being ever cautious and ever fearful of the blacksmith's work. However, it is clear the smith must have done far more than he is given credit for it. As a considerable amount to be dealt with,
not least of which was extracting an arrow from the very delicate part of the knight's face. In addition, there would have been healing scars from the initial surgery and the serious infection to treat. Henry said that one of the very lucky few who beat the massive odds against him, while his faith would have helped, it was the work of the blacksmith that seems to have saved him. It's a very cool book by Brian de Burfield. Medieval Military Medicine. It is alliterative, isn't it, Dan? And the last book today is because, well, I was hoping to put my newer version of this on display, but no, it's not returned yet. I loaned it to a friend. I loaned it to a student/friend, and I'll get it back at some point. They're supposed to send it back to me, but and it's the Royal Navy Model 2 and annotated bibliography. And it's quite cool. There's a more recent version published, but basically it's all the books of World War II about naval history in World War II, and it's quite cool to go for it. So, let's see. Tribal class destroyers 10056 and 1040, and okay, so 1056. By Peter Hodges, Tribal class destroyers, Royal Navy and Commonwealth. Yeah, that's Tribal class destroyers, and 1040, which is Martin Bryce, the Tribals. It's always interesting, these sort of books, because it's a book of books. Okay, book of books. So if you want to find topics, and you've got destroyers, you've got monitors, you've got pretty much every single topic it's grouped into. So you'd go for, okay, let's see. I want to look at strategy from the war at sea. 26. It starts on page 26. Okay. What are the books? The books are Britain's Sea Power, and that was published in 1942, Ottawa. A general review of the value of sea power to Britain in war. Not sure who it's published by, but it's a good book. We've got Modern Naval Strategy by Reginald Bacon and McCrutry, which, of course, I have got usually right next to me, but at the moment is, for some reason, nowhere to be seen. Where has it gone off to? I've been using that book for the last 2 weeks. Where have I put it? Where have you disappeared? This is why you should never trust strategy books. They're always up. They're always on the move. If you want them, they disappear. I will hunt you down, strategy book. I will find you. I don't think you can hide from me. No? That is just weird. That is absolutely weird. Anyway, Bernard Roby, A Layman's Guide to Naval Strategy. John Creswell's, I've also got that. E.V. Francis, The Battle for Supplies, a study of the implications of economics for strategy and of the ultimate inevitable victory for the control of the supply and sea routes. That's a good book. I've got sections of that. Grand Strategy, History of the Second World War, United Kingdom, Military Series by Gibbs. Produced in 6 volumes. Oh, good lord. Arthur Hazlitt, Aircraft and Sea Power. Published in 1970. The Fact that the Battle for Supplies is published in 1942 is a pretty cool good book. Arthur Hazlitt's series is basically aircraft and sea power, electron and sea power, submarine and sea power. There is Hitler's Strategy by F.H. Hinsley, which is published in 1951. R.A. Humphreys, Latin America and Second World War. Marion Mitchell, Atlantic Battle and the Future of Ireland. Sea Power in Today's War by Pratt, which was published in 1939 and 1940. Influence of Sea Power in World War II, published in 1947 by Yale, and Pearlston wrote it. Herbert Richard, The Naval Role in Modern Warfare, published 1940. Herbert Richards, The War at Sea Today, published 1942. Roskill, of course. Herbert Russell, Sea Warfare Today, published 1940. Paul Schubert, Sea Power and Conflict, published 1942. Lord Straboghi, Sea Power in the Second World War, published 1943. A strategic overview of the war between German land power and British sea power. It's a pretty cool book. As I said, there is a newer version, which one of my students has and is currently using, but it is a good book. This version is a lot cheaper to buy than the new version. The new version is about £230 last I checked. This one is about £5. Do you like me for Sim 2? Did the Norwegian monarchy have the ability to memorize reserves on their own authority without recourse to civilian their government? Nope. They should probably have done, but they didn't theoretically have that power. Dan Freeman, I would love to get your review on that book. I would love to hear your review on that book. And I know Pen and Sword send you sometimes send you books to review, and I think that would be a good one for you to review. As well, if you were able to label and classify World War II destroyers without having them for earlier eras in Pride, what would you, what categories would you use them, and what classes would go in them? I'd probably use the term. What would I use? Well, escort, fleet, and tactical would be what I would try to go. Fleet destroyer would be a torpedo-based vessel, which is made for fleet actions. Tactical will be the gunnery-focused vessels, and escort will be the anti-submarine focused vessels. And basically, you can imagine which one's going one for which. The ones which are gun-focused designs would go in large gun-focused designs would go in tactical. The torpedo-focused large torpedo-focused designs would go in the fleet, and the smaller designs would go in escorts. Interesting. Being on the move is a good survival genre. Not being found is part of the course for a strategy book. Yeah. But usually it's sitting right next to me. This is the point. Normally it is sitting there. Normally it is there. The moment I look for it, it is at the moment. Normally it's sitting there and I'm going, I'm not using you today, but I know exactly where you are. No, it's not there. Yeah, how's it gone? That's it. Where has it gone? This is going to bug me now. But yeah, I've got quite a collection of the 21st century. Sorry, I will stop turning my back on you and looking for the book. I will stop. That's very rude of me to turn my back on you. I'm wondering where the book's gone. Oh no, they're trying to do all sorts of stuff with the Kuznets stuff. We'll leave that to one side. Penisword sent me one on the Greco-Roman medicine. Oh, cool. Enjoy that one. I'm slowly making my way through it, but it's slow because it's actually making me sort of think I need to do at least an interim review, though. Probably what the Romans could do in terms of medicine. Yes. Did the fluffy research assistant borrow the strategy book? Don't joke about that. They do. Actually, no. The biggest problem I have borrowing my books is usually my mum. Love her dearly, but she has developed a habit of nicking my books over the last couple of years because she gets bored. She decides my books will be interesting to read, whereas my sisters are all books on engineering. Which I go, they're interesting. Go on, Mum, read them. She goes, yeah, and then nicks one of my books. No matter how many times I suggested to go for the engineering books. Anyway, right, it's very nearly 10 o'clock my time, so that's been 4 hours. So I will do the last questions, and then we'll be finished. So I can sort of go out. Thank you very much, everyone, for the. Thank you as ever for anyone whenever you do the super chat. Thank you for those. Thank you for everyone who's donated to the Hider trip. That's very kind of you. Thank you to everyone who has liked the videos, shared the videos, watched the videos, is patron. It's all going to be fun. We've got free patron choices coming up this month. That's going to be cool. It's going to be fun. It's a good month. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if my mum did nick it. As I said, she's doing it more often at the moment. I love her dearly. There's always the option that I have stuck it behind. I have stuck it somewhere. Because I have reorganized the books, reorganizing them progressively more and more lately. Because I'm trying to get it to the point at which I can quickly get them out of here and set up the thing I'm putting outside so I can do the actual internal painting and get everything done. Because I do want to paint in here. I've got the paint and everything. I've got to finish the construction of bookshelves and all that out. Currently, the bookshelf is being held up by 100% by books, which works for me, but isn't really the plan. Surprisingly enough, it's not really the plan to hold it up by books. There it's gone. Honestly, that is going to bug me. That is going to bug me. Catherine, it's okay. We know you're looking for books, and we're busy making jokes from book hiding from you. That's, again, not unusual. Books hiding from me. Books do hide from me. People are talking about L space and the proof of L space. I think it's proof of L space that books move without me knowing where they move to in my own office, which is theoretically locked, and nothing else can get in here. Found it. Hiding underneath the shirt. There you go. It was hiding in plain sight underneath the orange shirt. There you go. Modern Naval Strategy by Admiral Sir Reginald Bacon and F.E. Mercury. Found it. How did it get there? Take care, John Che. Thank you for seeing. I hope you've seen it further. Sonic, would Sovereign Seas have survived if until they get the Ironclad conversion? No. Although it depends. How many major refits did she go through? Would she have gone through? She could have been completely rebuilt as a first rate by the time of the Ironclads. I really enjoyed it. And would they go as far so far as long refit into her dreadnought? No. But her name would probably be turned into a dreadnought name if she carried on that long. But one, thanks, Doc. It's like my reorganizing. A new way to hide old things. Seriously, I was looking everywhere for it. It was below the note of shit. Got to make sure I have enough of those for going to Canada. I'm going to need to take about 3 or 4 of those, I think. I now have visions of Sovereign of the Seas as a CVN. Oh, that would be cool. But actually, more. The thing is, Sovereign of the Seas, let's be honest, she would have been one of the. Probably if she'd been built as about, would have been one of the Iron Dukes sort of that level. Period later, because that's when they go to that sort of names. So, or maybe a Queen Elizabeth class. But probably she would have been built like Iron Duke level, which means her name would have been free in World War II, which means she could have been a King George V, or could have been a new aircraft carrier. And let's be honest, Sovereign of the Seas is a good name to go with Ark Royal. So she could, Ark Royal's sister could have been Sovereign of the Seas. And they did actually consider building a sister Ark Royal. The thing is, Ark Royal was at one point not going to be a single ship class. They were thinking about a second one. So, which was interesting because when I was listening to Drax Brydock today, and he was talking about the carrier disparity. It's sort of a case of, well, if the Royal Navy had ended up building a second Ark Royal, then yes, the US Navy got the Yorktowns, but there would have still been a disparity of numbers. And whilst the Yorktowns do have a large, the carriers do have larger air groups, they're not significantly so much larger than Ark Royals and Sovereign of the Seas would have been, let's say, if she was our sister, to that they wouldn't have been still been an interesting matchup. Some of them do have most of them. I keep trying to persuade my sister that we should write a joint book on sea defenses, and I'm not talking about the military kind of sea defenses. I'm talking about the civilian style of sea defenses, how you defend against the sea, and the history of sea defense design. Because I think she could do all the engineering side, I could do the history side, and write it and put it together, and I think it'd be a very cool book. Did the IJN have anything that was a threat to the UK armoured carriers? They're torpedo planes? They're a threat. And let's put it this way. The thing is, if you look at the way the armoured carriers operate in 1944-45, when they're faced with the IJN, there's an issue. There are issues. It's like if you go with what are the fleets available in 1939, in February 1939, the RN probably has the advantage in terms of ships, because we think about it. In 1939, Yamamoto and Musashi, they haven't even been launched. Yamamoto and Musashi won't be launched till 1940. They've only been laid down in November 1937 and March 1938. So they are sucking up all the supplies and all the support at this point. So yeah, then there is, if you consider the scenario for the IJN in 1939, it's really not good for them. The ships they have available, the aircraft carriers they have available in 1939. Yeah. Interesting thing is, what would the operational choice of the what would the operational choices in terms of procurement be of the British government? They would probably still make the order for the Flower class corvettes when they do. historically in 1939, but they would probably be emphasizing carrier, cruiser, and battleship construction. And as said, one of the scenario you end up with is, yes, if you have war begin between Britain and Japan, America's not staying out of it in Far East, so you have an Anglo-British alliance already fighting a war. In which case, for Germany, the issue becomes, if the Brits and the Americans are already in an alliance fighting, then it's... and the French have probably gone with them. And who else has gone with them? So it becomes a very different scenario leading into World War II. I still think you end up with World War II in Europe, but I think it might be delayed while the war in the Far East is being fought, because everyone might want to line up to go out there and look brave and strong. That'll be an interesting one to talk about. So anyway, I want a video of your sister about sea defenses. That would take a lot of persuasion on me. Yeah, that will be the focus, to look at the differences and how sea defenses have developed in different places. Pretty cool. I was basically, we were talking about it, and I was going, look, you are an expert. My sister is. This is the thing. I've told you before in the past. She's working on the stabilization of the Isle of Wight and all sorts of things in terms of how to stabilize the clay and stop it being eroded by the sea and all that, stop it slipping away, and London clay as well. But she's a very, very, how do I put this? Renowned in many ways, expert in her field of civil engineering in sea defense and those things, and she knows them exceedingly well, and she is terrible at publishing journal articles. I mean, absolutely. My sister she does the research and she publishes jointly with other people, but I love my sister dearly, but her and doing the academic game is not very good. Me, I pay it at least lip service and do the journal articles and do attempt and do some of the conventional things. Not the same level as some of my colleagues do, who just literally churn out journal article. But yeah, I do that. But she doesn't even do that unless she's working with with a couple of her colleagues. She doesn't really, and I'm just going, you do this. Give me the data and I'll put the book together. But Right. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it's been good. And as said, we have now programmed in when the long patrols for the rest of the month. And thank you. Van Freeman, can your sister get the Isles of Scilly rebuilt to be one big island? I'm prepared to lose quite a lot of the Isle of Wight in exchange. She could probably do that, actually, without losing the Isle of Wight. I'm lucky to get one article out a quarter. I'm usually, in the nicest way, I've got 4 going through the process of publication, and my point at the moment is I've had 1 published and 4 going through it. I'm not writing another one until at least 2 have been published. 2 more of those have been published, because I'm just fed up with it. I prefer to concentrate on the books. Honestly, it takes less time to get a book published than it does to take a journal article out now. Right. Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support. And thank you for, as I said, making Canada possible. Honestly, if this is going to sound like I'm eroding, but especially Jack Ray, who's been incredibly generous, as always, and I seriously far too generous. The whole, Canada will not be possible without the support of the patrons, even the ones who haven't contributed to the actual Hyder Trip Fund. Without the support of Patreon, without the support of the people doing super chats, I wouldn't have enough income at the moment. I'm just about starting to get back to the level of contract lecturing which I was doing pre-COVID. Just about. And I haven't yet had any money come in from the book. So that's supposed to be coming in at some point. I'm not worried. It will come in. Pen and Sword are a good company. But yeah, it's fun. It is fun what's going on at the moment. So thank you very much, everyone. And I'm now at £3,061.50, so thank you very much. I never expected to get that far. Thank you. Take care, 96831. Thank you, Desert Foxo, George Newman, Jalenworth, Jack Ray. Thank you, Dan, Stafford, and Sean for your adminning this evening. Thank you, George Newman, Desert Foxo. Thank you, Nautical Wolf, 96040, Seneca Nero, Jess P, New Echo 472. Thank you, everyone. Sean Quigley, Bill Bolton, thank you. Calvin Gosford, thank you. John Shade, Darius Rodowski, thank you. Thank you, Wayne Borean. Thank you, Roland Cash. Thank you, Anook. Thank you, Cjun90. Thank you, everyone. Take care. And thank you, Strider. And thank you, everyone else. Peter Dawson, thank you. Andrew Paul, thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for the super chats. From George Newman, the Foxo. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll cross fingers on making the 3600. If I make the 3600, that makes life very, very nice going to Canada. Thank you, everyone. Take care and have fun.